committee meeting. I'll make a roll call to order first. Carla?
Here.
Aaron?
Here.
Sean?
Here.
John?
Here.
Tom?
Here.
Chuck is here. So with tonight's public input, we have the chat feature open again, and you can get onto that. And if it's something that's not on the agenda, we will address it at the end of the meeting. Otherwise, the public is welcome to participate in the discussion of something that is on the agenda utilizing that feature. In terms of the agenda, we will stick to the order of the posted agenda with the exception of under old business. I was going to do the transportation contract first, and then from there we'll go into the order that's listed. Having said that, I would like to turn the meeting over to Gail to introduce our new Human Resource Director.
Great, thank you, Chuck. We have asked Kerry Meisinger to join us this evening. We are very excited. I'll do just a quick intro and I'll let Kerry say a few things. She is officially joining us Monday as our new Human Resources Director. She brings with her an incredible wealth of knowledge. We're very excited for her to be joining us. We've got a slate of meetings already scheduled for her next week. Hopefully she hasn't looked at her email too much to get her acquainted with everyone. She stopped by this week. We got her set up with her laptop and her logins, but just incredibly excited for her to be bringing her knowledge about collective bargaining agreements and negotiations, especially as we're entering into negotiation time with all of our unions. She has a lot of leadership training as it relates to labor relations and employment law. Also a wealth of knowledge with workforce planning, recruitment, hiring, benefits administration, and pretty much all aspects of human resources. So we are just incredibly excited to have her join the team. So I will let Kerry say a few things, and then she will be attending future meetings with us, and hopefully we'll get to know each of you over the next couple of months.
Welcome, Kerry.
Thank you, and thank you, Gail. I want to tell you all how happy I am for this opportunity, and I'm really looking forward to working with all of you. You know, as Gail said, I have you know, some experience in public sector HR, which I'm really happy to bring to the table. And I'm new to the world of public education, so I'm looking forward to learning from you as well as being a contributor to the Reading Public Schools. So thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm really happy to be joining you next week.
Great, thank you and welcome. As you know, to add what Gail said, you know, I had heard snippets from afar when you were going through the interview process about what a wonderful candidate you were, and I didn't actually see your CV until we got the packet, and congratulations and very impressive, and we're really excited to have you here, so thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, does anyone else have anything? Or thank you, and thank you, Gail. So I did mention, so from central office we have Kerry here, and Gail, Chris Kelly, John Doherty, Jen Stiles, and Linda. I see, yep, Linda's here. I see her down there in the corner. So as I said earlier, we'll stick to the agenda. So I go to the, is there a motion on the consent agenda?
Motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, Aaron,
Aye.
Carla,
Aye.
Sean,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Tom,
Aye.
and Chuck, aye. Okay, now we'll go right into reports. And as always, we defer to our student first. And is Bridget here? There she is. Welcome, Bridget. You might be on mute.
Oh, is it working?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Okay, so this is a
Welcome.
very short one, a little bit repetitive from last time. So
I'm sure
December,
that was under your father's instructions.
maybe. December is going to be our yoga challenge at the high school, so students can log minutes for that. It's going to be like the bike challenge, where it's a competition between the grades of the vice principals. Hopefully the seniors and sophomores will win, but I'm happy with whoever. This Friday to the 11th is the drama show on YouTube, which you can buy tickets for on the drama website. It's very exciting. I've heard good things. I'm in it, so I've seen a little bit of it. Next week is the winter auditions for the show. December 14th is the choir concert, and December 17th is the band concert, which will both be live streams on YouTube. And then December 22nd is a holiday concert, which will have both the band and the chorus, as well as, I believe, some scenes performed by Drama Kids. Last night was the NHS inductions, and winter sports are starting soon for hockey, gymnastics, and basketball. So they're going to have tryouts soon. And that is all.
Excellent, thank you. And now I'd go to John. Did you have a group report or the staff?
No, we did not. Thank you.
Jen, did you have anything?
No reports tonight.
Thank you. Chris?
No reports. Thank you.
Gail, you're presenting.
I will cover it in my presentation.
Yep.
Thanks.
And Carrie is off the hook. And Dr. Doherty, did you have anything or?
No, I did not. I'm going to save mine for later when I do my full.
Sure. Okay. And committee reports, Aaron?
Just briefly, I'll share that the CPAC is having a meeting on Tuesday night at 7 p.m. And one of the main agenda items for that will be that Dr. Stives and Allison Wright will be there to talk about the, I guess, renaming of our special education cohorts in town. So hopefully people can join us for that meeting.
Thank you. Carla?
No report, Chuck. Thank you.
Sean?
Yeah, Chuck, just one brief report from the Ad Hoc Human Rights Committee. That committee will be meeting on Wednesday to hear an update from the Library Board of Trustees, who voted to include the hiring of a full-time equity and social justice director in their strategic areas of focus. So we'll be hearing about that. And then there's going to be a brief discussion about whether or not to disband that committee. It's set to sunset, excuse me, at the end of the year. So there will be a brief discussion about that as well. And that is all I have.
Great, thank you. John?
No report, Chuck.
Tom?
No report, Chuck.
Okay, I just wanted to remind everybody that we are meeting with the Permanent Building Committee on the 7th, which I believe is Monday, right? Monday night at 6 o'clock. We're gonna get, we'll get login credentials from Pat Tompkins. I've requested those, so that will probably be, I assume, a Zoom meeting. So we'll get those out to you. Okay. Under old business, we do the approval of the transportation contract.
Great. Is it okay if I jump in, Chuck?
Yeah.
I included an updated memo in the packet for the committee. As you may recall, in the spring after the schools shut down on March 13th, we worked very closely with both of our transportation vendors, NRT for our special education and North Suburban for our regular education, and Metco, to come to an agreement regarding how to handle the transportation on non-transport days. Recently, most recent as November, the House did approve to extend the exemption they had done back in June, allowing school districts to enter into negotiations with their providers. That allows us to amend the contracts as well as to pay for services that have not actually been rendered. To remind folks, the reason we are doing this is to ensure that the services are available when we need them. So as we have been migrating into our hybrid remote, there are certain days in which we have not had to utilize the transportation, but we do need to ensure that that transportation is available to us as we migrate more and more students into hybrid. That includes both the regular education, which we're doing just for mandated transportation. Our Metco students, very critical that when we need the buses, they are available to go back and forth from Boston to Reading. And equally important, obviously, is the special ed transportation, both in district and out of district. We followed a similar process that we used in the spring. John and I were part of the SEAM negotiating team to work with NRT on that process. We were able to maintain the current rates that we had in the spring, which is the 78% that we are paying for non-transport days. We were able to negotiate an additional discount for the first 10 days of school that the commissioner had deemed those for the professional development days. The SEAM board did meet this past Monday and approved the contract amendments. We have also worked very closely with North Suburban, who we've had an amazing relationship for many years, to continue the current 70% discounted rate for the non-transportation days. And again, this really helps to ensure that they're able to maintain their drivers, any of the monitors, they have all of the PPE and cleaning, as well as all of the additional costs for the buses. So we do feel that this is the right approach to take to ensure that the buses are available when we need them. So we are asking that the committee allows us to continue with the agreement we had in the spring for the upcoming year while we work through the school closures.
So thank you, Gail. We'll have a motion and then we can open up the discussion.
Move to approve the renegotiated terms of the regular day Metco transportation contracts with North Suburban Transportation at a reduced rate of 70% for non-transportation days.
For a second.
Second.
Second. Gail.
I have one more motion, Chuck. It covers the other one if you don't mind.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Move to approve the renegotiated terms of the special education transportation contract with North Reading Transportation at a reduced rate of 78% for non-transportation days, with a further reduction for the first 10 days of school that were professional development days, reduction to 50% per day.
Second.
Second. Thank you, Tom. Gail, and this may have been reflected in when we did this in the spring. So gasoline prices are at 10+ year lows. Is that reflective in what we're relative to, compared to what we were paying, or?
It does get factored in. It's the overall operational cost. So we looked at the insurance, the labor costs. So we didn't try to adjust another % or two because we had come up with these agreements, and a lot of it was factored into how they were getting their loans and payments through some of the federal programs. What we didn't want to do was have to keep adjusting it up and down as some of those items may fluctuate over time. we thought it would be easier to come up with one rate we could use for an extended period of time that we could all agree to and then move forward with it.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, we're ready for the vote. Aaron,
Aye.
Carla,
Aye.
Sean,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Tom,
Aye.
Chuck, aye. Thank you, Gail.
Great, thank you.
One more vote, Chuck.
Yes,
Same
For
thing. We
the-
just got to vote
yeah,
the second
the
motion.
same, the second motion.
Yep.
Aaron,
Aye.
Carla,
Aye.
Sean,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
and Tom.
Aye.
Chuck, aye. Okay, thank you. So under the other old business, we're going to discuss now the superintendent search committee makeup. So I guess we'll take a motion first and then we can talk.
Move to appoint the preliminary screening committee as outlined in the chair's memorandum.
Second.
Second. Okay, so I can, I'll just open this up and then we can discuss any questions anybody might have. So first of all, you know, I'd like to say thank you to everybody that applied. There was not a candidate on the entire list that wouldn't have done a great job if asked. So, I mean, I'm really thankful and of the community for stepping up and doing that. It was just a really good group of people. And we met Gail and Tom and Dorothy and I, Dorothy Presser, on Tuesday and kind of went through trying to check all the boxes in terms of what we needed, and feel like we came up with a very good committee that you know, individuals that bring a lot of strengths and will serve us well. So it's, I don't know, Tom or Gail, did you have anything you wanted to add to that?
Gail, do you want to go first?
I'll say I would let you go first as vice chair.
I would just say, I mean, I would add that, you know, we tried to make sure the categories were filled in particular that the committee had recommended, right? We looked to make sure we had parent coverage in each level. We tried to make sure we had staff coverage in each level. Unfortunately, we're missing a RISE staff member as we did not get a RISE staff member application. But other than that, I think we did a pretty good job of covering the bases. You know, it was incredibly difficult to look at all the names on the list and look at all the qualifications and try to balance out the committee in many different ways. And that's ultimately, it was a big balance play. But I think generally, I think the slate is a pretty strong slate, and I'll stop there.
Yep.
I'll say I would echo that. We spent a considerable amount of time really looking at the letters that were submitted and really looking to have as balanced and well-rounded of a committee as we could, looking at all the different aspects when we met previously as to what the characteristics of the next superintendent would be. We really wanted to look at the committee members to make sure we looked at all aspects of that to make sure we had a broad representation. So I do think it was a good discussion. It was not a quick discussion. We did spend a good amount of time going through and really be thoughtful and considerate as we made up the composition of the committee.
Thank you, Gail. Sean?
So I appreciate all three of you spending time going through this. I can't imagine it was easy. And I think, you know, I would echo the comments that some of you guys made, that reading through these applications, if you will, there's not anybody who applied who I would be uncomfortable seeing on this committee or who wouldn't bring something. One observation that I do have, though, we ended up, from where I sit, relatively light on middle school representation. We've got only one middle school parent, one middle school staff member. I'm going to set aside school committee members for the time being, because I think we're coming at it from somewhat of a different perspective. So that caught my eye a little bit. The other thing is, given that we ended up with 2 of our 5 building staff members not being classroom teachers, we actually have fewer classroom teachers represented here than I would have sort of expected based on the composition that we laid out in the first place. And so one thought that I had is, I was just looking at the parent applications, and Teresa Wiggins has has good coverage across all the grade levels and has professional experience as a classroom teacher. She's not a teacher in the district today, of course. I would like to see if we could find a place for Teresa, for Mrs. Wiggins on this committee. I'll caveat that she's an acquaintance a little bit. She lives 8 or 9 houses away, and so I know her a little bit, but I think she brings a blend of experience that covers a lot of bases and helps us in particular with the middle school coverage problem.
Okay, thanks, Sean. Erin?
Thank you. So I agree with everything that Sean said, and I also agree that I'm very appreciative of everyone who stepped forward to do this. It's a huge time commitment, and it's a really important role for our entire community. And I also agree that I'm grateful we had such a strong slate of candidates. One thing that stood out to me was that several of the parents who were not chosen, I think, could have really brought something valuable to the committee in that they're either current or former educators. So I think it would be unfortunate not to include one of them. I'm particularly thinking of Teresa Wiggins, Julie Ross, Sherry Vandenacker. And in addition to being current or former educators, they also have mentioned in various ways extensive volunteer and experience in the Reading Public Schools. So, an intimate knowledge of our school system. And Sean mentioned a middle school parent, but technically in our 5 parents, we did not choose a middle school parent. And yet we have a highly qualified candidate who checked that box. So that to me was something that, really stood out. And it's not to say that you didn't choose qualified or strong parents, but that seemed to me like an omission that I think would be a disservice to the committee.
Okay, Carla?
Great, thank you, Chuck. I was equally impressed with the candidates that we got. I feel like the committee that you 3 of you put together was very strong. I was really pleasantly surprised with some of the qualifications, and I feel like the parents that you have on that committee currently have really strong education backgrounds. In terms of the middle school representation, I feel like our 2 school committee representatives have middle school children, and don't negate the fact that if you have a high schooler, that means that they most likely were a middle schooler at one point in time, right? So just because that person doesn't have a current middle schooler doesn't mean that they don't have that experience. So I would say that a candidate who has high school child has middle school and elementary school experience. So I think that I feel like the decision was made. It was made by the appropriate people. It was made by the chair, the vice chair, the business manager. I feel comfortable with the decisions that were made. I would recommend that we move forward with that instead of trying to right now gain additional access to having additional people put on the committee. So I feel comfortable. I feel like it's well represented, and don't negate the fact that our school committee reps also are parents with children in the district. So I think it was a job well done. So thank you.
Thank you, John.
Yeah, I'm thankful for everybody that stepped up. It's a great group of candidates. I do agree with Sean and Erin in regards to Teresa Wiggins and her level of experience. I have sat through a couple of her workshops. She's very dynamic. She's educationally driven. And I think she should have a place on this committee. One thing that truly stands out to me, we do not have a special educator or related service provider for the district on this committee. And that stands out as a huge red light to me. I don't know if anybody else caught it, but that was one of the things I saw right away.
Okay. Just to comment on some of the points, and all well taken. And you know, one of the things that we looked at when we comprised the committee was, you know, there were people that checked multiple boxes, but you know, they were slotted in a certain spot, but just because of the way we made up the committee. And you know, I'll you know, to your point, Sean, I will say that I was considering school committee members that were also middle school parents as filling that middle school slot. But I hear your point. And also, you know, Sharilla was multiple. She was METCO. She was a staff member. She was also a middle school parent. So that's kind of where my head was when we were talking about all this. So, you know, having said that, you know, I've heard from a few of you, you know, other than this meeting about Mrs. Wiggins in terms of, you know, thinking that she would be, you know, good for the committee. So I'm, you know, I guess I'm not necessarily, I mean, it is the committee's decision. It's not mine alone. So I certainly would listen to that. I do know, and Tom, you can remind me, I do know that Dorothy gave us some guidance on the number of people on the committee, because you know, certainly if we had made it, if we could have made it bigger, we would have, because there were people we would have wanted on there, like Teresa. So, if you remember what her?
Yes. Yep. So, yes, we have. Dorothy had recommended that we limit ourselves to, actually, she started with 13. 11 or 13 was her target at the initial point. We're at 15 as a number as it stands right now. Adding one would put us at an even number, which could potentially be a problem at that point, but we'll see. We got an even number here, so it's not the end of the world. She also had a couple of other key things from a composition perspective, and the biggest one there was balance. Balance between the parent perspective and the teacher/staff perspective, making sure that there's not an outnumber, you know, 6 versus 4, 5 versus, you know, 7 versus 5, whatever else the case may be. We're fortunate that we had a parent who fits into 2 categories. because we didn't otherwise have enough staff that signed up to participate. And I can imagine that they're working, you know, crazy hours these days, and being able to commit to that many days and that much time for the interview process might have contributed to the inability or willingness to be able to join. I think inability is more appropriate, because I think almost all our staff would want to if they could. So I think that's a factor there. John, I noticed as well the special education side of it from a staff perspective. I was you know, disappointed by it, not surprised, for the reason I just outlined from a staff perspective and the challenges that are there. I don't know for sure, but at one point Shirley was a special ed para. I don't know if that helps in that case. And you know, you have CPAC representation, well, not teacher representation. You do have, between Aaron, myself, and Laura, you have, you know, 20% of the committee that has some degree of experience with the special education side of things. The one other thing I would say that we didn't, you know, that we were trying to achieve as we looked at this is we wanted to, as much as possible, and continue to encourage people to volunteer for roles like this, and not necessarily slate the same people in all the time, was one of the conversations we had. Not because they weren't qualified, but because, again, we want to continue to encourage other people to participate in the process. And when we look at, you're weighing 2 people, 3 people, how do you encourage participation appropriately? That was part of the conversation. And it's again, there's never an easy decision. All your points and exactly, you know, Ms. Wiggins was one that was very hard type conversation, because of what you say that she brings to the table, because of the fact that she's helped train staff, because of, you know, there's a lot that she's helped train parents, right? There's a lot there. But her current volunteer, she's actually on the Portrait of the Graduate team right now as well. So she's already got a volunteer type position in the district. And we wanted to be careful and not continue to give the volunteer roles to the same people, if that makes any sense. I don't know if that resonates with anybody or not, but that was part of the process, in addition to trying to stick to the 15 number, which is, again, is only already 2 to 4 people over the target that Dorothy had given us to make sure the committee was as efficient and effective as possible.
Sean?
So I hadn't anticipated adding somebody to the committee. I anticipated us maybe having a very difficult decision about who we might remove from the initial list, because I hear you about the committee size and trying to stay at an odd number. So I just wanted to offer that as a response to the idea that we would add another person. Yeah, I just, you know, I don't. So Tom, everything you just said resonates. I hear the concern about, you know, sort of spreading the wealth and keeping people engaged by offering opportunities when they raise their hand and that kind of thing. This to me feels like sort of the, you know, the pinnacle of where we need engaged, experienced, you know, people who've been in our classrooms, you know, as a parent, as a volunteer, who've, you know, kind of seen lots of different facets of our school system, right? You know, I just, you know, I prefer to err on the side of having folks that can check as many boxes as possible, and maybe multiple boxes, right? As opposed to just making sure we have each column covered. And I, you know, if you'd asked me to sort of assess all the parents that volunteered based on their experience and background, what they bring to the table, she probably would have been at the very top of my list. So for her to not sort of sneak into that 5 is surprising to me. So I don't know, I can leave it there, but that's how I felt.
Okay, you know, I guess, as Tom, you know, mentioned Dorothy's reasons, I'm not that worried about it being an even number. That's really the only reason, other than it's a big committee, but, you know, that's up to the committee to be able to police themselves, you know, and be efficient. So you know, if the committee feels like that it would be a good idea to add Teresa to the committee, I don't feel like I would want to subtract somebody. I would add her to make it 16. I wouldn't be opposed to that if that's what the committee will is. Carla?
Thanks, Chuck. I would like to caution people that we not change our parameters, right? We came up with these parameters, and the amount of people that we wanted on the committee, we were really careful about it. And I would caution us on changing parameters. I would caution us because we want to be transparent, and we don't want to, we need to be careful, and we need to not be biased about the process. And so that's my caution. I have a person on this list who is a neighbor of mine that I would highly recommend, but I feel like we have a process. The process was gone through. I trust the process, and I think we just need to be careful about changing our parameters midway.
Okay, Aaron?
Yeah, so I hear what you're saying, Carla, about the process, but if I'm being honest, I'm feeling a little resentful that we're in this position right now, that we weren't the ones to, as a full committee, have this conversation, because now we're in this very difficult position of these names are out there, they're public. And, you know, we did commit to a 15-person committee. So it, you know, it feels incredibly awkward to start to get into who would I take off the committee in order to add someone like Teresa. But I stand with Sean in that, like, 100% she would have been in my 5 parents because she checks so many boxes, and I believe would bring so much value to the committee. And I know lots of parents on that list. So this is not just because Teresa is also someone I am friendly with. So I don't know where that leaves us, because I feel that the parent cohort has a little bit of a corporate feel to me. And we have all these people with this educational background, and this is an educational position and an educational conversation. So I feel it's important to have that representation in our parents, and to have that broad representation. So I don't know, I don't know where to go. I guess if the committee felt strongly about not removing someone, then I would vote to go to 16.
Anyone else? Carla? Or John? Carl, did you raise your hand, or was that John?
Oh, go ahead, John.
Carla, you had your hand up. That's fine.
I'm going to reiterate again that I think we need to be really careful here. And in terms of the parent selection, I was actually really impressed with the parents that we have and their education experience. We have a business manager. We have a CPAC chair. We have an assistant principal. We have a recruiter. Like, and I could go on about all the other parents there as well. I feel like we have a wonderful representation of parents and grade levels, and in METCO and CPAC and RISE, though I wish we had a RISE staff member, and people on the committee who have worked directly with other superintendents. So I feel in an education setting, I was really thrilled with the committee that was put together. And once again, I just want to caution the committee that we had a process. Let's continue along with our process and just be really, really careful about, we can't be biased in this process. And I'm concerned that of appearances. Thank you.
I hear you, Carla. I will say though, this is part of what we're doing now is part of the process. So, you know, this is the final step of the process. So, you know, I'm not at all offended that committee members, you know, felt like somebody else should be on the committee. So I know you weren't looking for me to say that, but that's how I feel. That this is part of the process. So, John?
I'm going to agree with Erin and actually just what you said, Chuck. I think this is the wrapping up of this process. This is the decision on who will make this part of the process happen. I am going to say I would like to see Ms. Wiggins added on. I'm not so much for removing somebody. These names have already been released. I don't want to remove anybody that's already been put on, but I would like to see her added on to bring that level of experience that she has. I still worry we don't have special education as far as teachers, a teacher or a services provider. I respect that we didn't get a name that came in voluntarily. So we do have 3 people that are very engaged in CPAC. So we can leave that there, but I think this additional parent should be added.
Thanks. Tom? You're
Take myself off mute. You know, I think I just want to, Erin, your point about we shouldn't have gotten where we are. I think it's important that we all remember or realize that we followed the process we outlined at the beginning of this process, right? We followed the process that we would receive recommendations, that we would sit and meet with Dorothy, as her recommendation was, as a consultant she hired us to do, to propose the initial slate, and then we would bring that slate forward for this discussion. So it is unfortunate to a degree, but it is the process we discussed and the process we agreed to. I would also say, you know, this was, I'm not surprised by the conversation. I'll say it that way, right? Not in the least. And that's because of the fact that this was a very difficult process to pick people. I do want to highlight basically what Carla was saying, that I don't think we're missing a lot of education. It's different slices of education. Maybe we are missing a teacher perspective, but we have 4 other teachers or 3 other teachers plus a department chair on that list and a paraeducator on that list. And that was the role of that teacher. It was not the role of the parent, right? The parent was to come in and bring the parent perspective. Now, Ms. Wiggins in particular, I mean, it feels like we're litigating people's qualifications here, which kind of feels horrible, but it is what it is. She brings a lot to the table. I would agree with that. I can't argue. Nobody can argue with that. Her background is very good. We also felt like we had other people with very strong backgrounds. The fact that we have somebody who's worked with many other superintendents in a high-performing district is, as a parent, is very good as well. The fact that we have somebody who's a vice principal at another school and worked in education and is going through his own doctorate is very good, right? That as a parent, right? We can't minimize the fact that we have somebody who works with students to transition into college on the educational side. Also as a parent, also checking Medco boxes is amazing, right? So we have a lot of qualified candidates, and we discussed, debated, and we had to come down to the agreement of what we set up as our our committee at the beginning, which was the 15 people. It was what it was, and it is what it is. I think we should stick with what we set up with, only because it's never an easy decision, and we're setting a bit of a precedent here. If we say, well, we like this one person, we want to add them, and the next time we have, an advisory committee or something else, well, we like this person, we want to add them, and we don't stick to our word. And I think it's important that we stick to the way we structure or plan to structure the committee, even when there's hard decisions. And they're going to be hard decisions now, and they're going to be hard decisions in the future. This wasn't an easy process, and it won't be in the future either. I just think we need to stick to what we laid out as our process and follow that.
Thank you, Tom. Sean?
So Tom, your point's well taken that, we all agreed that, you all would go off and take a first pass at this, but Chuck's point's also well taken that, us all agreeing to this slate is also part of the process, right? So having this discussion is in no way a deviation from the process. If I don't know how to structure this as a binary, but I have a name I would suggest that we replace on the list if we have to go there. But if the committee's preference is not to do that, then I'm in a place where it feels like my only option is to make a motion to go to a 16th person, which doesn't feel great. I understand the concern, all the concerns about doing that. I just, and John brought up another point John brought up another point I hadn't thought of is, we don't have a special education classroom teacher here. And that's another box that Ms. Wiggins checks that I hadn't even considered before. So, I'm struggling with this one a little bit. This is one of those ugly things about open meeting law that you have to do uncomfortable things in a public forum. This is why they pay us the big bucks. So we can't shirk from that. This is part of the process. I think we need to figure out where we are from a comfort with going to 16 perspective, because otherwise we have to do the ugly thing.
Well, if you're certainly welcome to recommend who you would remove with the rationale.
I'd rather not, unless it's clear that that's
Okay.
where the committee wants to go, to be honest. It's not fair to that person who definitely brings things to the table, and I have no problem being on the committee. It's just, if we're in an either or situation, I have a name in mind, but I'd rather not go there unless we have to.
Okay. Carla? You're on mute.
Yeah, I would beg the committee not to go there. I feel really strongly about this. These are parent volunteers who've put themselves out, who we chose to be on camera and potentially pulled apart a little bit. These parents didn't. They signed up to perform a service. So I beg people not to bring forth names to remove them from the list. I don't know Teresa, and I don't know her at all, but I am going to reiterate again that we have a process, and I understand this could be part of the process of adding somebody on, but we made a decision, and we made a decision earlier about who we were going to allow, the number of people we're going to allow in the committees, and what the parameters were. And now we're reneging that for someone. And like we said, I could pick someone off that list because I know this person, but it's not, this is not the proper time to do that. And we need to trust our process. So that's kind of where I fall in this whole piece of this. I just don't think we should be picking and choosing at this point. And I beg the committee not to pull people off the list.
Thank you. Sean?
So Carla, what I'm not following about that discussion is when was our time, yours, mine, John's, Aaron's, to participate in this process if that's where we're at right now? That makes this vote perfunctory. you know, we're blessing, you know, Tom and Chuck's decision, you know, which is, you know, it is what it is, but that's not how a committee works. Go ahead.
May I, Chuck?
Please.
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
So our time, Sean, was when we voted to have Tom and Chuck and Gail be the committee that makes the search. So we had a time, and I know that the committee has kind of gone through this similar situation initially in this process of this search committee. So we need to think hard and fast about the decisions we make and the process before us. And we can't get to a point and then look back and say, shoot, we shoulda, woulda, coulda, and we should have done something different. We've hired a firm to bring us through a process. It's quite frankly a waste of time to bring the whole committee together to perform certain functions, just like you and I were pulled off last week to work on a policy. It's a different process. So
is it your expectation that the rest of the committee is going to accept the policy that we brought forward without discussing it and debating it? Right. I mean, that's a great example. It's a perfect example. What we agreed to last week was for Tom and Chuck to take the first pass with Gail. I wasn't agreeing to relinquish any influence over how this committee makeup, you know, ends up. So
you and I came, and John Doherty came up with a policy, and we are bringing it to the committee with an issue, right? We are not coming to the committee saying, oh, this is the final policy we would like to put forward. We have agreed that we are in disagreement on some of those issues. This is a different process from reviewing and making recommendations of a policy. This was this was a different. I don't agree with you. This is a different form of a process, and we have an expert to help us through it.
Tom?
Just to have a live Q&A point here, Strela Lestrade. I'm a special education para at the high school, a Medco parent, and I have a middle school student. So she's been watching and sent that in a while ago. I just wanted to make sure that was brought into the conversation.
Thank you. Thank you, Strela. Anyone else? John?
Yeah, I'm going to disagree with Carl on this. You, Tom, and Gail were to do a first pass, was my understanding, and bring it back to the committee. We were going to vote on this list. If we don't agree with the list, then how am I going to cast a vote in good faith? It just doesn't make sense to me that I can't say that I see somebody sticking out that should definitely be on this committee and would absolutely be in my top 5 because of what she brings to the table and what I've seen from her presentations as an educator. I don't know her personally, but as an educator, I've watched her presentations and she brings more to the table than a lot of the people I see on the list. Not saying that the 5 we have aren't more than qualified. This one would have been my number 1.
Aaron?
So I specifically remember asking that we were going to have this conversation, that we would, as a full committee, be privy to everyone who had applied to be on the screening committee and that we would talk about it. So I never thought that as part of the process, I was agreeing that you guys were making a final decision. I thought I was agreeing that you were going to make a proposal, just as you proposed the search firm that we would go with, and we then had a conversation about it as a committee. So that was always my understanding of what was going to happen tonight, was that we were then going to be able to discuss it. And I do want to reiterate, I know all 5 of the parents who were not chosen to be on the committee. I know most of them quite well. So I'm not trying to make this personal. And I'm not looking to get into saying that anyone you chose doesn't belong there. I'm just trying to make the point that had I been in the room, I would have definitely chosen Teresa Wiggins as one of the 5. And I feel that she brings very important knowledge and experience to this process. That's the only point I've been trying to make tonight.
Tom?
So I guess I want to clarify something too. I don't think that we thought it was a final recommendation necessarily either, right? I do, where I'm trying to be firm is 15 people. But that makes the process uncomfortable because then you have to discuss somebody else to take off, which Carla does not want to do, and I understand, right? It's kind of, this is the one thing that Dorothy in our conversation said, this is the hardest thing you're going to do, right? Is this conversation to a great degree. And just to be clear, Dorothy was in the conversation with us, so it was the 3 of us plus Dorothy. It wasn't just Gail, Chuck, and I, right? So from that regard, this is a recommendation. It's not a final slate. That's why we're having the conversation. But where I think I want us to draw the line is the 15 people, because if we add a 16th, who's to say the staff members don't come back and say, yes, we only had 4 volunteers for the time being, but they come back and say, you're unweighted now, right? You don't have the equal representation from the existing staff members, and then become 17. And I think we just kind of, I have this feeling that it's really kind of a no-win situation that we're all in. And it's unfortunate because, like Sean, you adroitly point out, this is open meeting law. This is why we have this challenge. We couldn't have sat in the back room and had this conversation without and compared and contrasted resumes and debated and drawn straws and all that kind of. We couldn't have done that without violating open meeting law. So it's an unfortunate situation. I don't think we should go to 16. If we need to go to 15, I think we need to have a conversation about taking somebody else off. It's a horrible conversation to have, right? I kind of feel bad for Ms. Wiggins already, that she's already out there from a conversation perspective as well, right? But where I'm trying to be clear is this: the process we agreed to was the 15, not necessarily, and the suggestion of what the slate was, knowing that there was a conversation to happen today, right? There is no rubber stamp. I don't think anybody should expect a rubber stamp. I appreciate this conversation. I've been one who's forced conversations that have been uncomfortable in the past. I think it's necessary for us to do that. I don't think we should go to 16. If that means we have to have an uncomfortable conversation, we may have to have the uncomfortable conversation. But 15 is the number that we've agreed to. That was the process we agreed to. And this is a recommendation, not a final slate.
So, thank you, Tom. You use the term I was going to use. I never expected it to be a rubber stamp. As I said a few minutes ago, this was I viewed this as part of the process with a recommendation. In fact, that's the way the memo was written to the committee. I guess, Tom, I don't want to put you on the spot. I'm just trying to understand what the opposition, other than it's an even number, is to 16.
I don't necessarily have an opposition to an even number. Obviously, we're an even people. There's actually a beauty in the fact that we have to negotiate and get past a stalemate, right? It takes a longer time at times, but it's important, right? I think it's more that it's the balance that we've always been striving for the whole time. That we would then go from 5 staff and 5 parents to 5 staff and 6 parents. And some could argue, especially with the application, we're already imbalanced with 4 and 6. And so it would be 4 and 7. right? We've asked Sharilla, Ms. Lestrade, to play the role of staff in this because we didn't have enough staff applications, and she is a staff member. And so if people were to look at that and say, well, she's really a parent, she applied as a parent, you're already imbalanced, so you're already 4 to 6. If you add another one, you're 4 to 7. And then maybe staff, existing staff, has a smaller voice than we had initially planned as part of the process. That's more of my concern than
I guess sorry, I guess there's nothing we can do about that because staff didn't apply, whereas parents did. So, you know, that's the rationale I would use to anybody that questioned why we didn't have enough, why we had more, we were slanted more towards parents versus staff. It's not like there's a bucket of staff members that didn't make the list either. You know what I mean? Yeah.
No, I totally get what you mean in that regard. And sorry, John, I just felt like it was directed back at me. But I get what you mean. I think it's also being used like we don't have enough staff and we don't have enough people with teaching experience as part of the justification for adding the 16th person. And so it's like it just seems like we're arguing against ourselves, or at least I am. But it doesn't sit well with me that we said we're going to do 15 and we're going to just make this one exception to go 16. We're backing up against our word because it's easier, as opposed to right. We do have one additional comment on this topic, but we can take it after John's point.
John?
Yeah, as far as staff, I'm actually counting 7. We're not counting Ms. Dowd and Principal Hendricks, who are staff. They're administrative staff, but they're still staff.
Correct, but you have the counter of those for Aaron and I. Oh, sorry, John, I didn't mean to interrupt, but if you throw the 2 school committee members on there, they counter those 2 administrators to a degree.
Well, theoretically, you're coming at it not from a parent perspective, but a school committee member's perspective. You never take out the parent, obviously. That's something you're always going to have there. But it should be more from a school committee member's perspective at that point in what you're doing. And that's why you're selected on the committee, if that's fair.
Fair point.
Incredibly hard to absolutely forget, you know, I've got a middle schooler and a high schooler, I've got a high schooler. I get that, but we're setting us aside completely because it's 2 members of our committee. You're representing the 6 of us during this search, if that's fair.
I hear the point for sure.
I'm much more comfortable going to 16 than I would be calling out a name, especially where this is a public list. I don't want to have to remove anybody. I think the 5 that you brought forward were incredibly qualified. And you had good reason to put them on there, but I would recommend adding that 16th person.
Did you say we had a chat, Tom?
We do have one. Mike Monahan on Bancroft Avenue. I don't know why I can't speak today. I suggest selecting the best candidates are more important than sticking to a policy or prior decision dedicating to a specific number of candidates. If we're fortunate enough to get more great candidates than we ever expected, increase the number of selectees to get the broadest and most diverse set of qualified candidates and related backgrounds. A larger number of qualified candidates is more important than a line in the sand number. Also, you should have an odd number so there's a potential tiebreaker.
Thank you, Mr. Monahan. Aaron?
I agree with what John was saying. You know, Tom, you said that we should stick with 15 because it's what we agreed to, but you also made a comment about doing what's right. And I agree that there are valid reasons that you chose the people you chose. I agree that we're very fortunate have this slate of parents who volunteered. And it's not, for me, just a matter of like not wanting to call someone out and say they're not worthy of being on there. You know, we could argue they're all worthy of being on there. So I just don't think it's a good use of our time to talk about taking someone off. I think it would be incredibly disrespectful, and at this point, you know, incredibly subjective. But I do think there's a glaring omission. So I still maintain I would go to 16.
Sean?
Chuck, I can't remember. Are we in discussion under a formal motion at this point? Okay.
Yes.
Can I offer an amendment then, and maybe we can discuss / vote on that and see if we can get some traction here. I move to amend this list to include Teresa Wiggins as a 16th member.
Second,
Is there a second?
second.
Gail, did you have any comment? I didn't, I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I just didn't know whether, because you were with us.
Yeah, I mean, I think from my standpoint, I understand where the committee is coming from. I think we did try to keep all of these thoughts as we were going through it. I think the larger the committee becomes, it can become a little unwieldy, and it's sort of, the more people you have, the more difficult it can be to sometimes make the decision, which is why I think we were trying to set a number. I think it's always unfortunate, and it's one of the items we had talked about, that we did want it to be public, but we also wanted to protect those who had applied for it and not, you know, have too many public value judgments, because they are volunteers offering their time. And I know we did spend a lot of time looking at areas where, you know, new volunteers are always great to have, people that were very stood up and wanted to do this, looking at avenues where people have been able to participate and volunteer in other ways. I think that it was a very thought out process. Dorothy was, you know, very helpful through it all and sort of helped steer us as we were looking at the names and making the decisions. And I will say, we also had a little cheat sheet. I'll say, Tom and I sometimes think equally when we had our sort of check boxes of what were we looking for in the committee, and felt we had checked the boxes. And I do think, you know, my hope throughout this process is that everyone is going into it with an open mind as to the makeup of the committee, to be as open through the process as possible and not looking at anything other than being open through the process in the committee members. And my concern is the larger the committee, the tougher it is to have a consensus or agreement as folks move forward. And I think the one thing, and I can say it because I'm potentially a member of the committee, depending what the committee decides, but ultimately it is the 6 of you that make the decision, regardless of what the steering committee says. The steering committee could put forward X number of candidates. Ultimately, the 6 of you and the 6 of you alone are the only ones making this decision. So regardless of how many people you have on the steering committee, it's the 6 of you at the end of the day making the decision. And that's, you could have 20 people on the committee. It's not going to make your decision any easier, if that makes any sense.
Thank you, Gail. Sean, or Aaron, did I get you, or did?
I spoke. I'm all set.
Sean.
I just noticed, I'm sorry, I'm choking here as I'm trying to talk. Unless I'm doing my math wrong, we already have 16 people on this list. We have 2 school committee members, town manager, chief of police, building principal, and Gail. The 6, we have 5 staff members and 5 parents.
You're right.
No, you're right. You know, it's,
So let's add Teresa to get us to 17. We're already unwieldy unless you guys want to pick a name to take off the list. You know, one of the reasons, I'm partially joking, but one of the reasons why you get concerned, I think, about big groups in something like this is scheduling. How do we get everybody together? And we did that on the front end, which negates at least one of the concerns that I would have about a big group. But again, we're at 16 right now, so I'm not sure how that influences Tom, Chuck, Carla, others you're thinking on this.
It just means I can't count, Sean. That's all, which is highly ironic, right?
and Sean, I'm the old guy here, as you know. I knew that and I had forgotten that because I had counted that when I was writing this memo that we were at 16. I thought, so.
Are there any math teachers we can add to the list? Just to cover our bases.
So Sean, given that, do you want to amend your amendment?
Yeah, I mean, recognizing that this is a big number now, my amendment would now read to add Teresa Wiggins as the 17th member of the screening committee.
Is there a second?
Second.
So we'll vote on the amended motion. Aaron,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Sean,
Aye.
Carla,
Nay.
Tom,
Nay.
and I'll vote yes. So.
So it passes.
Okay, thank you.
That was the
That was the amendment, so we have to vote for the now amended committee. Chuck?
All right. Carla,
So we're voting for the amended committee.
Yes. The committee has been amended already by the previous vote, so you're voting for what it is now with Teresa in it.
Nay.
Sean,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Aaron,
Aye.
Tom,
Aye.
Chuck, aye. Okay, thank you, everyone. I appreciate the conversation and support. So I'll leave it at that. And thank you, Gail. So now we're going to go on
Chuck?
to the, yes,
We have a public comment.
Sure.
It's too late now to a degree, but it is what it is. Alicia Williams, can people potentially profit from people who could potentially profit from the district? Is that a conflict of interest? Having them on the committee.
Can you read the question again?
Yeah, I have to move a couple together because they came together jumbled. So can people who can potentially profit from the district be on the committee? Is it a conflict of interest?
You mean in people that are getting paid by the district for services rendered? Or?
Yes, that would be, I think that's the intent of the question.
Yeah. I guess probably. Gail, is that?
Potentially, I would think that might be, I would have to double check on that if it's somebody who is providing services and getting paid, if they would have a conflict.
Wouldn't that
I'm
then
not
nullify
aware.
the teachers? Because they're providing a service and being paid?
I think this is more geared towards similar when we have other outside vendors that are doing work. I honestly don't know off the top of my head. I could check with Dorothy to see if she's run into it, or I don't know if.
Well, I mean, we'll have to, to answer Alicia's question, we'll have to look into it. If there is someone on the committee, I'm not aware of anyone that's profiting, but if we discover that there is somebody that presents a conflict of interest, we'll have to ask them to leave the committee. I don't know what else,
I think the other potential way to look at it is that the committee appointment is for a set period of time, and it is not the hiring body, right? We are the hiring body.
Right.
So even if the person potentially could profit from something, theoretically that person should avoid doing anything that potentially can be viewed that during the period in which they're on this committee. And then the recommendation comes in, it's from the committee as opposed to the individual, the entirety of the committee, and it then becomes our responsibility after that. So I'm relatively comfortable from that perspective, but I do think it's probably worth double checking with Laura and making sure the whole committee understands the conflict of interest laws, because they are bound by OML and other things like that too. So
yeah, there will be the first meeting of this committee will be a training by Dorothy on the open meeting law, Robert's rules, all of that. So yeah, we'll have to find out the answer to that question. So we're now going to go to the second reading of policy JI. Is there a motion?
move to accept the second reading and approval of policy JI, student rights and responsibilities.
Second.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion on the amended?
I have to read it, right?
Yeah.
So policy JI, student
Move to
rights and
waive the reading.
responsibilities.
Is there a second?
Second.
Aaron?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Sean?
Aye.
Carla?
Aye.
Tom?
Aye.
And Chuck? Aye. Okay. Dr. Doherty, did you?
Yes, since the last reading, no changes have been made to this policy based on the conversations that we had at the last meeting.
Is there any other comments or questions before the vote? Okay, seeing none. Aaron?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Sean?
Aye.
Carla?
Aye.
Tom?
Aye.
Chuck? Aye. Okay. Now we'll do the continuation for a first reading of policy IMB.
Move to accept the continued first reading policy IMB, teaching about controversial issues and controversial speakers.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, do you want to?
I think we're just continuing, so I don't have to read this one again,
Right.
because it's
Right.
bringing it back from the table.
Right.
Actually, the
Dr.
motion should be bring it back from the table.
Yeah.
But
Dr.
It wasn't tabled.
it was postponed, or
It's postponed, yeah.
so continued should work. Yep. Thank you. Thanks, John, for that clarification.
Yeah, we made that decision at the last meeting.
Yep.
John, did you want to start this, or Aaron?
Yeah,
or
and I actually,
or
I would
Sean?
also like Carla and Sean
Right.
to weigh in also. So we met last week. We heard a lot of the feedback from the previous school committee meeting on some of the concerns that were brought up. So we made some suggested changes. As Carla mentioned earlier, it doesn't mean that these are all agreed upon changes by the three of us. We felt it was important to bring it to the committee for review and in the vote. So just to highlight, one of the things that came up was, and definition may be the wrong word, but clarifying what a controversial issue is. So we put some language in there to hopefully outline what a controversial issue would fall policy. The other piece, and this is the piece I think that may generate some discussion, is on teacher planned classroom discussions, number 1. We did add a sentence. There may be controversial issues that are appropriate to teach across all classes. These discussions should be coordinated in advance with the building principal. I'll actually let Sean and Carla talk more about that. The third, the number 3, we wanted to include and the use of facts and data to make it, truly a discussion of the issues using facts and data and intellectual analysis. Number 4, we felt that instead of equal, because you don't necessarily always have equal representation of an issue, depending what the issue is, that appropriate and fair would be better terms that would be used. And then the rest of it is primarily MASC changes in their updated suggested policy. We did do some clarification on requests from groups or individuals outside the schools to present on controversial issues, to just clarify that a little bit more.
Carla or Sean, Carla?
Sure. Thank you, Chuck. Thank you, John. So we had this discussion, and Dr. Doherty came up with a lot of these recommended changes, which was really helpful. Sean and I basically agreed on the changes, except for one under teacher planned classroom discussions, number 1. The red highlighted area, there may be controversial issues that are appropriate to teach across all classes. These discussions should be coordinated in advance with the building principal. I would like to take that out or leave that paragraph as is. The initial part of the paragraph, which I think should remain unchanged, is controversial issues selected by teachers for classroom discussion must relate directly to the objectives and content of courses approved by the school committee for inclusion in the curriculum. So I feel that the second part is not necessary.
Sean, did you want to add to that?
Yeah, so I'll first want to just make a general comment. I viewed these additions as really productive and in some sense expanding and sort of affirming the right and the ability of teachers to hold discussions on difficult topics, when and where appropriate, which I viewed as a good thing. I would say that what started off as an exercise intended to protect students from, who have maybe a minority political ideology. And there was a really helpful letter that we received, at least from my perspective, a really helpful letter we received from a group of teachers from the RMHS Teachers Against Racism group that pointed out that some of the things we were discussing could have the effect of chilling the ability of teachers to create a welcoming environment for minority students, LGBTQ students, and from other groups. And so you know, I think we pretty quickly got to agreement on a lot of this for some of those reasons. On this first sub-bullet under teacher plan classroom discussion, and Carla highlighted that that's one where we didn't agree. The experience that comes to mind for me, when the O.J. Simpson trial verdict came down, I was in my sophomore year of high school in my Spanish class. Had not a thing to do with Spanish, but in my very diverse high school, good luck getting kids not to be sort of caught up in the news of that verdict coming out in the middle of class, right? And so our Spanish teacher had no choice but to try and facilitate a healthy, productive discussion among the students in that instance. I think it's important to keep open the possibility that there are going to be times, there are going to be significant historical events or movements or whatever you want to call it that are going to transcend a particular topic. And we need to ensure that that teachers aren't afraid that their class may not be, you know, the right place to allow that discussion to happen, even if it's happening organically. The reason that I like the way that this is phrased is this notion that the discussion should be coordinated in advance with the building principal, to me, puts in an appropriate check and balance to say, we need to make sure that we're talking about something that is that important in the here and now, that relevant, that it potentially has a place in other topics, number one. And number two, it puts us in a position where the building principal can sort of appropriately guide and structure how teachers think about approaching that discussion in the context of their classroom, right? So I really like this addition. I think, again, I think the policy is and should be, generally speaking, affirming of the ability for our teachers, most of whom know how to do this very well, to do these discussions, but it also includes that appropriate check where the building principal should be at the table if we're going to do it kind of outside of a obvious topic.
So Sean, I guess I'm just trying to figure out how it's feasible sometimes. I mean, you use the example of O.J. Simpson. I was going to use the example of 9/11.
Yeah.
Probably every TV went on in every classroom, you know, to show that. That's not anything you'd be able to get, oh, God forbid, get advance notice about, you know. So how is that? I'm just trying to figure out the feasibility of a teacher getting advanced approval from a principal about something that, you know, is, you know, spur of the or happens in the moment. You know,
I think that's why the phrasing reads should be coordinated, right? Because under ideal circumstances, you know, you've got an opportunity, even if it was something that happened, you know, let's say something happened late tonight that was clearly going to be on everybody's mind tomorrow. There's at a minimum an opportunity for the building principal to email the staff and say, you're going to need to leave space for students to share their emotions, to share what they're thinking, to share what they're feeling. Try and keep it productive, try and make sure everybody's heard, right? I mean, they can put some shape around that, even if it's fairly reactionary. Yeah, it's more difficult if the thing literally happens in the middle of the school day. You know, I think that's true. But what I think this policy does, taken in whole, is it makes clear to teachers what our expectation is on these topics generally. And that's a backstop against the circumstance you're talking about, Chuck, where something happens kind of in real time.
Carla, did you?
Yeah, so thank you. So I want to take what Sean is saying, I think, a little step further. I don't think that this language is inhibiting student voices. So an organically generated conversation, right, is not going to be inhibited by this clause, right? For me, this clause is more, it's more for a teacher initiated type of conversation, right? So it's not something that just comes up in the classroom that a student wants to talk about and a conversation ensues. The teacher's going to facilitate that because that's what they do. My concern and my concern initially for bringing this whole matter up, and the reason why we started looking into these issues, were because conservative voices of students are being suppressed in some classrooms. And that's my concern, right? And now we take this whole racial justice issue into it, and it adds a different dimension to this policy, right? So that was what Sean was alluding to at the beginning. I was coming at this from more of a students who may have a differing political opinion than a teacher should feel comfortable to be able to express their thoughts in the classroom, period. So we kind of expanded it, and I think that by taking this language out, it is still not going to stop that organic type of conversation that happens. It may, in fact, inhibit a political conversation that has no place being in a math class. And that is more of what my concern is. Through experiences, so that's kind of where I stand with that. I would also, I would also say that 9/11 is probably not considered, in my mind, a controversial subject, right? It's maybe something that's going on. So I would, if these are difficult subjects or controversial subjects, I view that as a little bit different. But my concern is that if a student has more of a conservative slant, a conservative viewpoint, they should be able to comfortably work that out and speak their viewpoints in class in a respectful manner and be heard respectfully as well. So thank you.
John?
I was actually going to ask to have something added to this section. I like this section. But on the last sentence, these discussions should be coordinated in advance where possible with the building principal. Because yes, 9/11 happened. It was spur of the moment. Let's talk controversial. School shooting is going to come up in classes that it doesn't have any bearing on when it happens. It came up last year for sure when they had a student walkout. And it needs to be where a student feels comfortable. If it happens that day and a student needs to talk about it right away, we need to make sure we're giving our teachers the ability to discuss that right away. If that student needs to bring it up and talk about it, they should have that ability. So adding that where possible in there, I think gives that teacher the flexibility that's needed. I do have other things on this, Chuck, but I'll wait till we get further down the list.
Okay, Aaron.
So I wanted to say that I appreciate you guys taking the time to flesh some of this out. And overall, I like the improvements. One thing that was requested in the letter from the RMHS Teachers Against Racism was to get feedback from a student of color and to get feedback from a teacher. Has that happened at all?
Do you want me to answer that?
Sure. Yeah.
So I'll just speak for myself. That's what this process is about. That people in the community have the opportunity to give feedback in this process. You have 2 readings of this policy. I don't think you want to start setting up a precedent where every single policy that you're reviewing, you're going to put together a group of people to review it before it comes to the school committee. So we did take the feedback of the letter very seriously because we received the letter prior to us meeting. I think we received it the day before. But that's what this process is for.
Yeah, Chuck, could I just chime in? Tom, I know you have your hand raised, but just as a response to that, Aaron, I was going to suggest as part of this discussion that we do something in between, which is we could proactively reach out to a couple of student groups before the second reading, student groups in particular, just to make sure that they're aware of this, of this policy discussion and invite them to provide input, right? I mean, sometimes these meetings are, not everybody's tracking exactly what's going on in all of our meetings. And so I think there's an in-between where we could sort of proactively just call attention to it and ask for input without kind of putting together a panel, a panel or something, to that effect. So I think there's still room for us to do that. And I would suggest that we do so before the second reading.
Tom?
Oh, sorry, I still had a point to
go
make
ahead.
about this. So in the first, the number 1 section, I feel like I like that we have the 2 sentences. I like that we're acknowledging that there are going to be times where controversial issues come up in a class that, maybe it doesn't directly fit with the curriculum, but it's something that needs to be had in the moment. So for that reason, I feel like the first statement, instead of discussion must relate, should be should relate. Because otherwise the second sentence is sort of negating the first anyway, because we're going ahead and saying there are times where it's not going to fit with the curriculum. And these conversations are going to happen organically because there are things happening in the world and kids get wind of it and kids carry that to school every day. And I wanted to say that I like John's point because I had an issue with should be coordinated in advance with the building principal, just because I don't want to say that things can't happen in the moment when teachers feel that, a productive conversation could be had on something.
Thank you. Tom?
Thank you as well, John, Sean, Carla, for meeting and going through this. It's much appreciated. I think we're missing the intent of this policy in some of this conversation about in the moment. And I think that the in the moment is covered by the previous policy that we just approved. The previous policy is students' right to have conversations and students' rights to bring things up. This policy is about teacher planned classroom discussions. I think we have to go back to the intent of what the policy is for as we have these conversations. Intent is critical when it comes to writing policy, writing law, writing regulations. The intent here is about planned conversations. Sean, the example you gave about something happening last night going into the next day, I think that's a valid case. I think that's entirely possible. You can plan for something overnight to a degree. But the intent of this policy is not necessarily those cases, and it's not something that is, at least my reading of it, I'll say it that way, right? I'm not the only person. It's not the urgent topic of something happening in the world. If kids are going to start talking about something, this policy doesn't cover that. This policy covers a teacher bringing up a specific topic on purpose. And that's why the curriculum portion of that thing is there on purpose as well, so that we can continue to maintain focus where necessary in the classes that it may not rely or may not be relevant as necessary as well. So I think I don't think we need to add those 2 sentences because it goes against the intent of the policy again. And I keep coming back to that. It's for planned conversations. Planned conversations aren't something that just happen in spur of the moment. They're things that you think about, you consider, you make sure you have questions that ask questions on both sides. You're making sure you're fair and appropriate, as the case may be, although I'm wondering who defines fair and appropriate as we get to that portion of the conversation as well. But the intent here is making sure for planned classroom conversations. Not the spur of the moment conversations, and not where a student starts the conversation, right? That's the previous policy again. This is for, I keep saying it again, but we've missed it. We've been talking about all sorts of different things, not planned conversations as we talk about this policy, and that's what this policy is for.
Thank you, Tom. Sean?
So Tom, I appreciate that. And I had a similar reaction when we first started reviewing this last week. the thing that tripped me up about framing it that way, while I appreciate the comments about, you know, thinking about the intent of the policy and what it's intended to cover, for lack of a better term, I worry about unintended consequences, specifically that that language has a chilling effect on a teacher's willingness to engage in something they may perceive as risky. And you highlighted in your comment, you know, where is that line between when a discussion is planned and not planned by the teacher? You know, if the teacher says, man, you know, I know my kids are going to want to talk about this tomorrow, and spend some time thinking about how they're going to facilitate that discussion, even if they're not the ones that bring it up in the room. Is that a planned discussion, right? You know, so I just worry about the chilling effect. I don't see that this is harmful or puts us in a place where we are frequently going to cross a line into some of those territories that Carla is concerned about, because it has that second sentence, which has a check in most instances. We can come up with examples where it's going to be in the moment and people may misstep for sure. But in most instances, what we're trying to avoid here is, a teacher in a given class going on a soliloquy about a political topic that happened last week, right? When it's not relevant to the class. That I think is what we're trying to avoid. And from my reading of this, these additional sentences would successfully avoid that without having a chilling effect on some of the positive discussions that might be had in other instances.
Sean, Tom?
Just bringing in the live Q&A, there's a conversation or a question from a gentleman by the name of Tom Quinn. Does this allow for too much straying from the class curriculum? Organic conversations around student concerns should and will happen. And he ends there. I think what he's trying to ask is, are we getting too far away or allowing for too far away from curriculum? My first gut for that, even though I had that whole statement about planned, is this isn't a everyday thing, right? It should not impact it in such a way that this is an everyday thing. So I don't perceive it in that way. But I do want to make sure I do not want to undercut the intent of what one was, which is there are times and places that are appropriate for some of these conversations. Those urgent student-led ones are going to happen anyway, and they start with the students, right? But for the particular planned conversations that are appropriate for the curriculum, that I don't want to undercut that personally, in any way, shape, or form. I don't think it has a chilling effect either, from my perspective. Just to go from that way, this policy, as it's been, has been there for 12 years. It hasn't chilled conversation, right? The other opportunity we can do is say, we're not going to change the policy, or we don't pass the change to the policy. That's perfectly on the table as well. But the policy as it is hasn't changed since 2007. So 13 years at this point in time, and it hasn't chilled any sort of teacher conversation in the classroom, to my knowledge. And I don't know everything. I don't think any of us do. But in fact, it's I think Carla's examples, I've heard plenty of those as well, where things have gone far the other direction, where people are giving credit for things that aren't related to their class because they're answering a question, not related in the slightest bit. And getting back to the curriculum and aligning the conversations to the curriculum, I think, is important, that we make sure we actually teach the curriculum where that is necessary and where it's appropriate.
Sean? You're on mute.
Sorry about that. I think that's the first time I've done that. Two things. One, one of the things that John and Carla and I discussed last week, which probably isn't for tonight, but just something to maybe file away for later, is really what we're trying to solve for here. I don't think comes down to like a failure of the policies per se. I think it comes down to, for whatever reason, real or perceived, some number of students have felt uncomfortable expressing their political views in the classroom setting. That's at least one of the things that we're we were hoping to solve for when we started having this discussion. I'm not sure that a policy is ever gonna address that. And Carla, I think, I don't want to speak for you, but I think generally we agreed on that point when we discussed this last week, that a policy is not going to fix the perceived risk that a student might take, sharing an opinion in class when they think the teacher may think otherwise, right? So I want to leave that to the side for now. The second thing is, Tom, I want to push back a little bit on your notion that the previous policy we discussed protects the sort of spontaneous, the spontaneous discussion. And the reason for that is that one of the elements of that policy is the right to freedom of expression, provided that such right shall not cause any disruption or disorder within the school. It's pretty easy for me to make an argument that students, wanting to go talk about, a terrorist attack in math class is a disruption or disorder within the school if the teacher is trying to keep them focused on math, right? And so that policy, it's not as cut and dry to me as you laid it out to be, that this policy protects spontaneous student-led discussion when it deviates from what the classroom would otherwise be focused on.
Anyone else? And we can, Tom?
No, I done it again. I guess I view a conversation in a class as not a disruption necessarily. Hey, this just happened. What's going on? Yeah, I guess you could say in the strictest of disciplinary sense, somebody potentially could view that as a disruption. But if the student is engaging in oh my gosh, what just happened, and this sudden thing happened, and can we talk about it, and does anybody know anything about it? I don't know that that's disruptive necessarily. I could see the strictest sense, Sean, but I guess in my interpretation, and it all comes down to interpretation, right? We're all interpreting different things in different ways, or the same thing in different ways, as the case may be. I'm looking at disruption as more of a, stand up, chant, stomp your feet, walk out, start a fight, things along those lines. And the stand up and chant and stomp your feet is allowed in context, right? But not to start a fight in the middle of the class and cause disruption in that regard. Starting a conversation, I don't see that as a disruption. But again, that's my interpretation.
Aaron?
So that can go a lot of ways in a classroom, Tom. I mean, if a student bringing something up when it's not the time and the place can absolutely be a huge disruption, because it can be a distraction and it can be hard for a teacher to then rein the kids back into, the lesson they actually wanted to teach that day. So that's just a side comment. But, and Tom, you had mentioned, was the policy working fine the way that it was? But I believe we've already heard from a group of teachers that they disagreed with the policy and that they did feel that it was stifling to certain conversations. The other thing I wanted to bring up is one of the reasons I wanted to talk about this policy at some point this year is because it was given by John to the teachers in the beginning of the year in response to some, I don't know whether we want to call it spontaneous conversations or teachers potentially sharing of, or oversharing of personal political views, but this was the policy that was given to them and reminded by them, and it's my understanding that wasn't particularly well received. So I do think it's important that we're having these conversations, that we're looking at this policy, and that we consider making changes to it. But I also think it's important that we continue to get some other input on this one. I understand what you're saying about precedent, but I also think we have to sometimes acknowledge who we are and what we represent and what we don't represent on this committee, and recognize when we could value some other opinions.
Okay. Do you want to, John Parks?
Yeah, I had one other point here. Looking at this under the student initiated forum section, number 2, it looks to me like that's already covered under the JI policy 4C. As far, you know, we're talking requiring 3 weeks. And maybe I'm reading this wrong, maybe I'm interpreting it wrong, but I think if you're requiring a student group to wait 3 weeks for something that needs immediate action on a conversation, that's a ridiculous time frame. And I think you're then repressing the student's speech.
Okay.
Jeff, may I just,
Yes.
John, I believe this is during the school day. During the school day, the First Amendment rights of students are different than outside the school day. So that's why the advanced planning is necessary.
So we're going to basically limit these students. If something happens during a school day, let's look at March 13th of last year where the students walked out of our schools. That was spontaneous, had no prior knowledge to the administration. I do think they may have been given a heads up. I don't know for sure. But this would hold them to some sort of disciplinary, possible disciplinary action.
Well, it does in JI. JI, because it would have been disruptive. And if you remember at the time, that was the big debate across the country.
John, anything else or?
Yeah, and the other thing I disagree with completely is the requirement to have 2 parents or guardians as part of this. I think 2 faculty members is sufficient, or 1 faculty member is sufficient. I think if you're going to limit a student group or action requiring parental involvement, you're going to silence some voices that may not be heard.
John, did you want to respond to that?
No, this section was designed by MASC, not the 3 of us. We didn't, this was not our language.
I'd like to see that stricken from the part of that then, as far as the parent involvement.
Sean?
Yeah, John Parks, maybe I'm just reading it differently, but I viewed this as addressing things like if students wanted to hold an assembly on campus, specifically to address some topic or something like that, versus, kind of a spontaneous walkout situation, as John Doherty said, that would have been addressed by JI potentially anyway. So I view this a little bit differently from kind of a spontaneous demonstration. This is like if the use case that came to mind for me was if students wanted to call a forum together to discuss some discipline policy in the school that's impacting them negatively, right? Like you could do that with planning and with some consultation to make sure that sort of, it's held safely and responsibly. Which would be different, again, than a spontaneous or nearly spontaneous sort of demonstration.
Yep, fair point.
Sorry, I was looking at the, anyone else? Any other, Tom?
Just to add a little bit to what Sean was saying, I agree, and again, I think it goes back to the section setting. It's a student-initiated forum, right? So that's a discussion topic as opposed to a walkout. And I also think we have to be careful with a lot of this is that This policy covers all of our grades. It doesn't just cover high school. It doesn't say this is high school only. So even to that end, I'm opposed to the idea of taking out parents altogether, right? If all of a sudden our middle schoolers wanted to get together, the two staff members may not be enough to, overlook and make sure that you have control of the situation of what's going on as well. So I don't know what the right number is necessarily. I'm not saying 2 is right for either side, but I don't necessarily think we should remove parents from the conversation. And I think we need to be careful that the policy is a district-wide policy. Yes, it is probably most appropriate at the high school level, but I think it's probably relatively easy to see it applied to the middle school level. Maybe not elementary, but definitely to the middle school level. We have seen the middle school levels address some of these other topics we've talked about. And I guess just one more thing, just because context matters, right? When I was talking about the disruption before, it wasn't just any old topic, it was the emergent topic that we've talked about before, right? So it's not at any time and place just start a disruption. It was, okay, something just happened. It was the OJ example, it was the 9/11 example. In that regard, I would agree that just talking about anything under the moon at any point in time that's not urgent or exigent would all of a sudden be a disruption, Aaron. So that I agree with. I was just trying to refer to our previous conversations about those urgent situations.
Thank you. Sean? I'm sorry, I'm looking at an old one. So,
Erin raised her hand.
oh, I'm sorry, Erin, go ahead.
It's okay, I just raised it. Regarding the adult advisory group, I wonder if, because I would have been with John and I would have taken the whole sentence out. I just think it sounds to me like it makes the whole process more cumbersome, and to date, as far as I know, it's not a practice that has been used. And I know in middle school and the high school, students are encouraged to come up with their own ideas for clubs and groups and to seek out their own staff advisor to that group, which I think is very empowering for our students, that we encourage them in that way. And I think that it's something that's sort of a distinction from elementary school. So I don't think it's necessary. If we were going to leave any of the language in, I would want to see it more situational rather than will appoint, to indicate that it has to happen 100% of the time. That I would not get behind.
Okay, thank you.
Chuck, we have one live question if you want to take that.
Sure.
Alicia Williams, what will be the consequences on breaking or violating these policies?
John, is that in the handbook or?
So it will, yeah, my guess is this will then go into the handbook, yes. So, I mean, depending on the infraction.
So
John,
it's both
you,
the student.
John,
Sorry,
Tom, I think we're going to the same place. John, could you share a little bit about our discussion last week around how this would be addressed in terms of the teacher violating the teacher portion of this policy?
Sure. So in the teacher supervision process, which the principals, assistant principals, team chairs, administrators, they have a whole rubric that is used with the 4 standards, very similar to the way you evaluate, supervise me. There is a whole standard on, professionalism, and which is standard 4 with the teachers. And so there are specific rubrics in there in that standard that refer to what teachers should and should not be doing professionally in teaching in the classroom. There's also a standard on teaching all students and how you would appropriately make sure that all student voices are heard. So this would become part of the supervision process. The principal, assistant principal, team chair, depending on who the immediate supervisor is, would address it, act as a coach, work with that teacher to improve. If they don't, then obviously you would take next steps in the process.
Anyone else? Tom?
I guess I have one more thing or a request. If we are if others are going to look and ask other groups outside of this to look at it and provide feedback in between these next two meetings, as the case may be, I would encourage us to make sure we get administrator feedback, in particular principals as well, from both the high school and middle school level at a minimum, and see what their thoughts or concerns might be in this regard, especially where they might be the arbiter. If we leave in that last paragraph, I mean, that last sentence of the first paragraph, or first bullet, and how that may impact them, what they're willing or able to do in that space. And if they have a better idea for how to word it, adjust it, provide for their authority within the school and their responsibility within the school as well, appropriately.
Sean?
So Tom, I couldn't agree more. And I know we haven't settled on what the first reading is going to spit out here, but I'm happy to raise my hand. I thought about, I could take it upon myself to reach out to the high school and middle school building principals, just to remind them that we're discussing this, ask them to weigh in and contact the committee with any feedback. I also was thinking about the faculty advisors for some of the high school clubs in particular that are that this policy is relevant to, or that are in the habit of probably discussing difficult topics. So We the Youth comes to mind, the Politics Club comes to mind. There are probably a few more on that list that we could flag, and just reach out and make sure that those folks, are aware that we're discussing this and we're providing an opportunity for them to provide input.
Sean, if I can just caution you, We the Youth is not an officially recognized group.
That's right. That's right. Okay.
I'll be more than happy to work with you on that, on which groups are
Yeah,
officially recognized.
Yeah, and I mean, it doesn't matter to me that it's me or one of the committee versus you. I do think it's important that we proactively reach out to some of the impacted groups on this to make sure that they're aware that we're discussing this before we get to our second reading.
I'm more than happy to do that. I have natural avenues where I can do that, particularly with administrators and teachers, and I can have Kate and Ricky and Sarah work with students.
John?
I was just going to actually say it would make sense to have Dr. Doherty possibly even bring this up during a DLT to have the principals weigh in on this instead of having us go out and chase the principals. They have that set appointment time and it would be a lot faster for him to get that information. As far as the student groups, we've got a student liaison that's pretty good at doing research. You could always task her with something like that as well.
Carla? You're on mute.
I would like to still go back to my original piece of it, of political views of students who are in a minority, who have written anonymous letters because they are concerns of retribution. And I think that those students need to be heard as well. So I would like equal outreach to those students.
John, were you going to say something?
I guess what I would say is I don't know who those students are, so the only way that I can reach out to them is if I know who they are.
And I can help you facilitate that.
Wouldn't that have been more of the JI policy than this one? As far as the
If you're having student views, I think you need student views across the board.
Oh, I agree, Carla, completely. I think everybody should be represented and fairly and justly, without any issue. I just think that falls more under JI as far as being able to have those conversations, and what's covered under those conversations. But yes, the forums would weigh the same way.
I respectfully don't follow your logic on that, John.
May I help?
Tom?
I think John's referring to students' ability to engage in controversial discussions. Carla's referring to teachers potentially having an impact on a student's thought or perception or reality of discrimination, retaliation or something else from a teacher, the way they conduct the conversation. So that there's a different angle that you're both coming at in this conversation. And I think that's why there's a disconnect. So I think what Carla's asking for is that we reach out, and she's offered to facilitate to some of those students who feel like the conversations in their classrooms have not been appropriate and fair, using the words from number 4 appropriately. Is that fair, Carla, of yours?
Yes.
John, is that a fair representation of what you were going for?
Absolutely.
Okay.
So I think we do need to be judicious in terms of who we're going out and getting in. We are the policy making board, not the town of Reading.
Mm-hmm.
And so, it's incumbent upon people to know that we're discussing this policy. So, by looking at our agenda or whatever, and they can chime in that way. I don't think we should rely on the superintendent to, start seeking people out for input on this.
Mm-hmm.
Any other? Comments on it, Sean?
Yeah, Chuck, I respectfully just disagree on this one. I think this topic is significant enough. The policy itself is controversial, right? Without having settled yet on a definition of controversial, I think the policy itself is controversial. We all know that, only a subset of the town actively follows our agendas and what we're talking about. It's only clear to me, frankly, that one side of this discussion is actively following this based on the input that we've received to date. And so I think there is value in us, again, we're not trying to go out and conduct a poll and sort of just, effectuate the results of the poll. We're trying to go out and collect feedback from groups that might come at this from a different perspective than the 6 of us do. The 6 of us are at a macro level from a fairly narrow set of backgrounds. And I think it's helpful for us to try and solicit input and feedback on this one in particular. Again, just to shape our discussion. It has nothing to do with, we sort of have to do what the bulk of people tell us we should do when we go out and solicit that feedback. It's just to help shape our discussion. What I might suggest, if there's, and it sounds like maybe there's not agreement on taking that step, but if we are to agree on taking that step of soliciting some input proactively, what I might suggest is that I'm not hearing a lot of places where we have consensus on changes necessarily to this version of the policy. We could let this live as kind of the first reading, go out and take that step of soliciting some additional input, and then revisit some of the specific, wording choices and omissions and what have you upon the second reading when we've got additional perspectives to consider. So that would be my suggestion at this point. I'm not sure we're rounding the corner on a lot of consensus otherwise.
Thank you, Sean. Carla?
I'm in concurrence with Chuck that this is our job, right? Setting policy is our job. I don't know about the rest of you, but I have people always, texting me and calling me and giving me their opinions. I think this is our job, and we need to, if we're going to choose this policy to do that, are we going to choose every policy to do that? Or are we just going to do what we're going to do here, right? We're talking about controversial issues. We have a few edits that need to be made. My guess is that we're going to come to the majority of consensus on a few of these, and the other ones aren't going to be deal breakers. So I would encourage us to focus our attention to the changes that we have. They're actually fairly insignificant. And I would encourage us to just get through this policy, make the changes, and move on from there.
Thank you. Anyone else? Sean, did you? Oh, that's before. No. Okay, so I did use the word judicious, Carla. I mean, I'm not opposed to the superintendent getting feedback. I just didn't want him to spend, the all day just doing that. So I think that, I hear what you're saying, Sean, but I think some of that's gonna come into him. And to your point, we already got a very thoughtful, well-written response from one side of it. I'm hoping and expecting that we'll see some of it from another angle. So. Anyone else? Okay, Aaron?
Yeah, I would just say for anyone who is following along, I think it's been clear from this conversation that we are open to hearing feedback. I agree with Carla, and I'm sure we all experience this. Like, people do seek us out all the time. So I don't think by saying we're not necessarily going to do something in an official capacity that we're saying we're not looking for feedback. I personally am looking for some more feedback on this one. So I hope people are paying attention, and I hope that people will, follow up with us before we discuss this again.
Great. Okay. Thank you.
So
we'll now do
Chuck?
yes.
I'm not sure where this leaves us.
Yeah, we need to vote on the
Yeah,
first
you
reading.
need to. Yeah, you have a motion.
Oh, we didn't. I'm sorry. Didn't we? So we already we voted.
We voted to suspend
meeting.
the reading.
Right. I'm sorry. We suspended it. Right. Sorry. Go ahead. Do you want to read the motion again, Tom?
Yeah, I'll read it again. Move to accept the continued first reading policy IMB, teaching about controversial issues / controversial speakers.
Is there a second?
Second.
Aaron?
Aye.
Sean?
Sorry, what are we voting on? I thought we already voted.
We already did.
No, we didn't.
Are we approving the first reading?
We're accepting the first. We're accepting the first reading.
Accepting the first reading. Okay.
Accepting the first reading.
Sorry, the word continued in there threw me off. Aye.
John?
Nay.
Carla?
Aye.
Tom?
Nay.
Chuck? Aye. So that's 4-2. So John, are you clear now? John Doherty?
Absolutely, yes.
Clear as mud, right, John?
Yep.
So the next item on the agenda is, so when we met with Dorothy on Tuesday, this came up. She was referring the committee we approved earlier tonight as an advisory. I think, Tom, maybe you were referring to it as a subcommittee. And I guess we determined that it's not a subcommittee because the subcommittee needs to be all members of the school committee, and this is not. So we felt that it fit better under the definition of an advisory committee, and we don't have a policy for advisory committee, we've discovered. So that's why this policy is being presented. So the goal would be, read it first reading tonight, vote on it at our next meeting, which will be before the advisory committee meets. So it would be as long as we get the first and second reading done before they meet. So, is that accurately summarized, Tom or Gail?
Yeah, I would say the only clarification I would make is that a subcommittee can only be members of the school committee as opposed to all. And obviously it's less than a quorum of the normal school committee. So that's the only definition difference I would put out there.
So is there a motion?
If I can swallow my water properly, yes. Move to accept the first reading of policy BDF, advisory committees to the school committee.
Second.
Okay. Carla?
Hold on a second. Ready for the read first.
I mean the read. Yeah, read.
Yeah.
Go ahead and read.
File BDF, advisory
Move to waive the
committees to the
reading.
school committee.
Move to waive the reading.
Is there a second? Aaron?
Aye.
Sean?
Aye.
Carla?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Tom?
Aye.
Chuck? Aye. Okay, so everybody saw the policy. Do they have is there any comments on it? Changes, questions?
Chuck, I have one.
Sure.
Chuck, that's okay. Just a question, I guess, if this is what we intend, and I'm assuming, John, this is the model policy from MASC. Is that correct? Okay.
Yeah.
In number 4, where it says appointment of such committees will be made by the committee, appointment of staff members to such committee will be made by the committee upon recommendation of the superintendent. That's not the process we just followed. John played no role in the staff members that were appointed to our selection committee. I don't know that one is right or wrong or better than the other, but I just want to highlight that and make sure that we discuss how we think this should actually read.
So, good catch. I would say upon recommendation of the superintendent or chair, maybe something.
Or designee, possibly.
I was going to go with designee.
Okay.
In this case, we could say the designee was Gail.
Yep. Aaron?
I know you said Dorothy will go over this with the actual screening committee, but I was confused by number 9, the subject to the provisions of open meeting law. It's my understanding the screening committee was not going to be conducting public meetings. And I'm not sure that you would take notes on these meetings that would ever go public. So can you just clarify that for me?
So it's clearly just so the committee does not have conversations amongst themselves, on text or whatever, that would violate, the executive session component of the open meeting law is the way I understood it.
Yep.
Okay,
Chuck,
so do we want to make the language more specific in some way? It just,
Well, I think
I don't
that
know.
I would like this policy to prevail for the for future committees and whatever they need to do something where they need an advisory committee. So I wouldn't want to narrow it down just so much to that it's just about a superintendent search. We could appoint an advisory committee for other reasons too. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I guess I just mean like subject to some of the provisions of open meeting law. No, Tom's shaking his head. Go
No.
ahead, Tom.
It is fully subject to open meeting law. There is no some, there is no partial. It just so happens in this particular case, all of the interviews will be conducted in executive session. However, all of the meetings will be publicly posted meetings because you have to start with a public meeting before you go to executive session. So it is fully, completely open meeting law required.
Same as we do when we go into we have to start an open session, then go into executive session. This screening committee will do the same thing.
So will notes have to be taken, and will those
There'll
notes
be
go public?
Yeah, there'll be
Yes.
the committee will organize. There'll be a chair and I guess a secretary of the committee to take the minutes of it.
Yeah, and I mean, so notes will be taken, Aaron. They have to be voted on, just like we have to vote on executive session minutes. They can stay obfuscated, and they probably will stay obfuscated for obvious reasons that would apply to there. Just like if anything we had that would not be openly releasable, the same would apply in this case. So.
Okay. Thanks.
Is that good, Aaron? You set, Sean?
Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to come back to 4. So I appreciate the suggestions of designee or something along those lines. I actually want to have us consider something even a little bit more expansive, if you will. I can't think of the exact hypothetical right now, but could we ever imagine a scenario where we'd be appointing an advisory committee? We'd want that advisory committee to include staff, but we wouldn't want the superintendent to play any role in determining who those staff members are for whatever reason. And even appointing a designee de facto could be playing a role. So an example I would give you, and this is the best one that comes to mind for me spur of the moment here, is let's say we wanted to appoint an advisory committee to review the superintendent's proposed goals before we discuss and vote, just as a hypothetical, right? Wouldn't we want to sort of, maintain control over which individuals we appoint, even on the staff side, to such a committee? And so what I might propose here would be something like appointments to such committees will be made by the committee, semicolon. Staff members appointed to such committees may be selected in consultation with the superintendent. And it gives us the ability to sort of, in that rare case where we might have a need or a desire to choose a committee kind of without the superintendent's involvement, we've got the ability to do that per our own policy.
Or you just go back to what I said, instead of it being designee, it be or the chair. The chair would not be a designee of the superintendent. But yeah, I'm either way is fine. Tom?
So, Sean, I think the questions you're asking are similar to questions I've asked in the past, and the intent of making sure we get clear, I don't know, I guess I'm not going to speak to the intent, but I generally like the idea, but I'm cautious about it because of the role and responsibility we have of not overseeing staff versus the role and responsibility the superintendent has. So I think we could unknowingly open up a box there that we need to be very careful of. I generally like the idea, but I want to be careful about it, essentially, is where I'm going with that, and making sure that we're in alignment with, 1993 education rewrite, basically.
Yeah, so point taken, Tom, and I agree there's a risk there, and we'd want to be judicious. This is one of these things that always feels awkward talking about openly, with our superintendent sitting here, because it implies some level of mistrust, and I'm trying to think in hypotheticals. When I think about this, the intent of one of these advisory committees is to support us in making decisions about things that are within our purview, right? It is generally how I would think about an advisory committee. We're creating an advisory committee to help make decisions or help inform us on a decision we're going to have to make about hiring our next superintendent, for instance. One of the things in our purview is supervision of the superintendent. And so could we think about, can you think about, or can you imagine scenarios where we would want to seek in some formal way, feedback or engagement from folks who would be necessary for us to, who we might deem as necessary for us to conduct that portion of our responsibilities, for instance, and having a scenario where by policy, the superintendent plays a role in selecting who advises us in that framework is problematic from where I sit. So I totally hear your point, Tom, that, I don't want to do it if it violates the Ed Reform Act. I get the four corners of our responsibilities and that kind of thing. I'm actually thinking about this in the context of the four corners of our responsibilities, and whether this language is restrictive in a way that we wouldn't intend.
Chuck, can we do something as simple as superintendent designee or school committee chair?
John, would your read of that language be that at the time that we're appointing the committee, or at the time we're sort of framing the committee, we would decide who's going to play the role of appointing staff?
Yep.
I could get comfortable with that.
Because you can use the school committee chair, a designee, or the superintendent. So if the superintendent designates Mrs. Kelly or Mrs. Stice for, say, a special education committee, there you go.
John Doherty, what am I not thinking about here?
I'm actually looking up the MGL that they referenced to see if you legally can do that.
That's why I asked the question.
Tom?
I raised the question, but I do think we probably can, as long as we're careful, and maybe Chuck, one of us can check with Colby or something to see if there's anything in particular we need to worry about. But this isn't if where Sean's going is not an oversight question, right? It's not let me be clear. It's not a staff oversight question, right? Which is clearly barred by, the Ed Reform Act of 1993. It's more of a consultative view and making sure that we have views or ideas appropriate for what that goal of that committee is. So I think we should, maybe quickly we can check with Colby to be sure. But I think as long as we might need to make some intent words in there clearly, to clarify there's no, oversight or staff, review staff oversight related portion of it. But I think we could get comfortable with the designee or school committee chair appropriately.
John, did you find anything?
Yeah, that's the open meeting law that it's referencing. So it doesn't specifically talk about the role. It's the open meeting law.
Yeah, I mean, I can float that by Colby very quickly, that section. Any other comments on it, the policy?
So are we going to vote on that change first and then the policy
Not,
overall?
we're not voting on we're not gonna make the change until I check with Colby, right?
Can I also bring up something else that
Right,
I
now,
don't,
before you do it, that's what I thought, right? Am I wrong on that?
We could do it either way, and Colby could always overrule it. I think the other way to look at it, though, is we haven't heard dissent against the idea necessarily, which means more or less that's where the committee is leaning. We could make it official with an official amendment and vote, and then take it away with Colby and adjust, or we can just say this is generally where the committee's leaning, as we've done with many other policies.
Why don't we
in the
just
past.
vote on what it should actually say in the second reading?
That
That's
was
fine.
where I was going with that.
Yeah, I think it's probably best. I mean, Chuck, if you can articulate the intent to Colby and let Colby help us with the right language that does that, if it's appropriate.
John Doherty, you had some.
yeah, there's now 2 points I want to bring up because I just was going to piggyback on what they just. So the first thing is MASC has a new policy on subcommittees. And I don't know the conversation obviously that you have with Dorothy, but did she specifically say that you couldn't have subcommittees or that your policy currently says it? Because the reason why I'm saying this is the revised MASC policy on subcommittees does not say it includes school committee members only.
Okay.
So that was my first question. My second question is, I would agree that you should bring in legal counsel on this topic.
All right, so to respond to your first point, this came up on the fly on Tuesday when, as I said earlier, we have one person referring it to as an advisory committee and another person referring it as a subcommittee. So I think maybe Tom, you went and found this policy during during our meeting, and Dorothy didn't object and say that they had a new policy out on subcommittee. So, if the case is, it should be the other policy, but we can certainly.
Well, that's why I'm recommending you should talk to Colby.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the other part of it was our policy as written gives ex officio status to both the superintendent and the chair into the committee, into the subcommittee, right? And clearly we're not going to have John in the subcommittee of the superintendent hiring process. Looking at the new BDE on the Mass policy on the Mass site, John's right that it doesn't necessarily limit it to committee members only, but it also then says only on the annual, it basically says on the annual organizational meeting for a period of 1 year, right? That's when you appoint subcommittees, which I think is too limiting personally as well. So there's other things that potentially we want to look at and clean up with Colby. But the intent was really to make sure that we're clear about what the role is, that they're bound by open meeting law, and who is or is not an ex officio member in particular.
And I don't necessarily think, and I'll, obviously talk to Colby, but I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing for us to have this policy as well, to the extent that we may at some point need to use have to use an advisory as opposed to a subcommittee for something. If that made any sense, but it's getting late.
One more clarification. The new policy from MASC, which is not ours, but it says the school committee shall appoint members to subcommittees. One could interpret that members to be school committee members as opposed to anybody else. So you could go either way on that with regards to whether that's limited to just school committee members, which is Dorothy's interpretation as the MASC representative and consultant for us as well.
All right, I'll flush that out with Colby. Okay. Did we want to do was there anything else on that before we move on to the next agenda item?
We need to vote to accept the first reading, Chuck.
Not as amended, just accept the
Right.
first.
Just accept the first reading, yep.
Aaron,
Aye.
Sean,
Aye.
that was Sean. John. Carla,
Aye.
Tom,
Aye.
Chuck, aye. Okay.
I'm
Thank you.
aye. I'm aye for the record as well. I don't think.
Yeah.
Okay, just to be clear.
Thank you. So the next thing, we do the calendar before the fall opening update.
Sure. So in your packet, because we just want to make sure that we cover all bases, you have two calendars. The first calendar is the traditional calendar, which has 180 days with 5 snow days built in. The reason why we have built in the 5 snow days is because the commissioner still has not stated that past this year you can use snow days as remote learning days. So we feel that we still need to build in those 5 days, which is actually in the regulations. It has, in addition to the 180 student days, there are 5 teacher and service days as per the collective bargaining agreement. The calendar itself, the traditional calendar, follows what we've in the past used, which is starting before Labor Day and continuing on until the end of the school year, which if the 5 snow days are built in, it's June 6th, not used, it's June 16th. If all 5 snow days are used, it's June 23rd. The second calendar is the calendar that we're currently using. It doesn't mean that this is what it would look like, but it does at least put out there for the committee, this is what it would look like if we have to go to a hybrid model for next year. Doesn't mean it can't be changed like it was this year. The days are pretty much identical in terms of the number of cohort A, cohort B days. We did put both calendars by the RTA as per the contract for consult, and they gave us some feedback, which we did incorporate most of the feedback. The only 2 pieces of feedback we did not put in, they did ask a question about the snow days, which I clarified with them why we had to build them in, and they wanted to have Columbus Day called Indigenous People Day, but because it is not a recognized state holiday yet, we really can't do that. That may change. I know that there is a bill in the legislature that is possibly reviewing that, and if that's the case, then it would be put in.
Okay, is there a motion? And then we'll have conversation.
Move to approve calendar A and B for the 2021-2022 school year, with which calendar will be used will be determined at a future date.
Second.
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 Second by Carla. Okay, any questions from the committee? Tom?
A couple of, I guess, minor points. John, first of all, thank you for the work to put all this together.
Well, I choose Linda.
Well, Linda, thank you for the work to put this together. She's out there, she can hear us. I noticed that there's red text for all the open houses, the September 15th, 22nd, 29th, and May 18th. There's, unfortunately, May 12th is missing the red text. So can we just be consistent there and make sure May 12th is red texted as well?
You're talking about May 11th?
May 12th. It says elementary open houses. It's on both calendars. They list May 12th as the elementary open house.
Oh, that should be May 11th.
Okay, so then let's make that May 11th and then red text it, please.
Yep.
Okay. The other one is more of a question around the snow day stuff. The first calendar, that's the regular calendar, fully acknowledged, fully understand, no question about that with regards to having to put snow days in. The second calendar, if we have to go there, is there really an obligation to put snow days into that calendar, considering we're going to be in a hybrid remote state anyway?
Yeah, it's a good point. We were just trying to stay consistent with the current state regulations. My guess is that moving forward, because I look at this year as an experimental pilot year when it comes to using remote for snow days, that the commissioner will probably change it. But we were just assuming that they were not going to count them as remote days at this point.
Okay, so I mean, it doesn't matter, it doesn't impact my vote necessarily in any way, shape, or form on this. It makes sense to me that we remove those in that calendar with the belief and assumption that if we're in that model, snow days are irrelevant and it will happen. And the other reason why I like that, because I did count all the days, and if we remove those that last week, it is exactly 73 for both cohorts.
Right.
So exactly. You add that last week, and now it's 77 and 73, and somebody's going to scream. But if it's 73 and 73, it's even.
Yep.
If we're still in hybrid in June of 21 or June of 22, oh man.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
I know, but yep.
Sean, did you have something?
I do. Two quick questions. One, John, just to confirm, in June where we have the 2 half days denoted, really all we're saying is that whatever the final day of school is going to be a half day. Is that true? Okay, that's one. And then the second thing, an easy way to address the Columbus Day question in anticipation of the legislature maybe doing something, could we just frame it the same way we have September 3rd and just say no school pre-K through 12? Just drop the Columbus Day reference altogether for now. I don't know if there's any harm in doing that.
That's a committee decision. I'm fine, whatever.
Is that it, Sean?
That's all for me. Thank you.
Aaron?
So question about snow days. In the past, I believe there were some communities that tried an alternate approach to snow days such that they were, say that again?
Blizzard bags.
Yes. Was that something that was through the commissioner, like that was commissioner approved?
Yes, but he disbanded that, ironically, just before the pandemic.
Yeah, and I'm not asking for blizzard bags per se, but it just seems with all that we have gained from this year between the option of potentially having remote days or being able to, have students utilize asynchronous work in Google Classroom. I just hope we're not facing continued snow days, but I wasn't sure what's at our discretion versus what's up to the state.
Yeah, it would be up to the state. And I hear you and I agree with you. The one thing I caution everyone about is right now remote learning is very strong because we do it all the time. When you only do it sporadically, assuming someday we'll be all in person again.
Right.
When you do it sporadically, it's not going to have the same robustness that it does now. And then you may have an equity issue as you move forward. Those are just
not everybody's ready for it. Sure.
Right.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. I'm just talking out loud. My other question is, I know that in my limited experience on the school committee, that the calendar has changed numerous times. So I don't know how much we're actually locking ourselves into by voting tonight. But, you know, if something came out where snow days were not going to be a thing, and we were looking at, in particular, well, either calendar, like, is it still on the table to discuss starting after Labor Day or something like that? Or are we eliminating that?
That would be a committee discussion. Prior to the pandemic, the calendar didn't change that much.
No,
I agree that since the pandemic, it has changed many times.
this prior to the pandemic, this conversation lasted about 30 seconds.
I mean, that's something, if I thought that there weren't going to be snow days, that's something I would want us to consider. I think it's a little different if there's the potential for multiple snow days, but I don't know how other people feel.
Tom?
I could get behind that idea with the understanding that the reality is, and we don't mark it here, but the reality is September 1st is a half day for the elementary grades, at least, if not other grades. That first day of school is like, it's not a full day when you're going in through elementary. I forget now with all the craziness that's gone on, what happens in high school and middle school. I don't think those are half days, and that might be why we're not marking it as a half day. But if you were to take those two, that first and second, and move them to, you know, the 16th and 17th of June or something like that, I could get behind that ending up on a Friday as time comes. I don't know that we need to make that change right now, but it's a valid, and it has been a topic of conversation across the community at times in the past as well. My other view on that is there's both a beauty and a real craziness to it with regards to the fact that we start for 2 days and then we're off for a long weekend. We don't even spend that Friday in classes, right? So, and then we come back and it's such a weird herky-jerky start. As a parent who, you know, had to worry about daycare and other things along those lines at those point in time when it wasn't a long vacation weekend. So it would almost seem to just say, hey, this week is still a summer week and school starts after Labor Day. I could totally get behind that idea personally. So that's my view on that. I have one question that I forgot to ask before, and full disclosure, it is in Q&A chat, but it's not attributed to anybody, but it was something that was discussed in my household recently as well. And that is middle school conferences. We have elementary school and we have high school conferences, parent-teacher conferences. We don't have middle school parent-teacher conferences. Is there a contractual reason for that, John, or is there something else?
No, the reason is because of the team structure. You could, as a parent, ask for a conference at any time, and several parents do that.
Okay.
At any time during the year. Frequently during their common planning time, they're meeting with parents. So that has been a way to get an additional professional development day for teachers at the middle school level, which they have taken full advantage of.
Okay, thank you for that explanation.
Whereas the other two levels, that structure doesn't necessarily exist.
Right.
Can I just comment on the before and after Labor Day? If you're going to go down that road, that is something I would strongly recommend you would consult with the RTA. Because what I presented to them were these two calendars. If you're going to do something different, you know, we would need to go back and talk to them about that as per the contract.
I think what I'm hearing is that for the committee, that would be subject to some clarification on the snow days piece anyway.
Yes.
So it's a moot point until we understand whether there's any flexibility there.
So why don't we vote on these two tonight then? And if things change, we'll vote on another one. John?
There is a email in regards to this topic, just so we know.
Email or a chat?
Email.
Mhm.
I know we're not watching it, but I just flipped over and it's specific to the color coding.
Well, since you brought it up, Wayne, you want to read it?
Absolutely. From Laura Pusco. Hello, it appears the color coding is wrong on calendar B. It shows that this week cohort B was in person, but it was actually cohort A. All right, so they're thinking that that's this calendar, but it's not, so it's not relevant.
Yeah, we changed that. We did fix that.
So this is for next school year, not this
Yeah.
school year. So it doesn't impact
Right.
what's going on right
The
now.
colors don't matter right now.
As long as they alternate, we're in good shape.
Anyone else? Okay. Aaron? No, we're
Vote.
voting.
I already spoke. Oh, sorry. Aye.
Carla?
Aye.
Sean?
Aye.
John?
I
Tom?
Aye.
Chuck? Aye. Okay, now we're ready for the
No, we have a new name.
Winter.
We have a new name because we have to be positive and look forward. And so winter hybrid learning update.
okay. You're on.
Okay. So what I want to do tonight is talk about several items that are current in our now hybrid model. So I want to, there's some health and safety, and I also want to talk about winter sports, because I know that there's been several emails that the committee has received and that we have received on winter sports, and also to talk a little bit about the high school and also getting feedback moving forward at all the levels of our hybrid. So the first piece I want to focus on is the health and safety piece, which obviously is the biggest factor that we're dealing with right now with the pandemic. So I just want to remind everyone about Mask Up Reading, which is a community-wide effort from the town of Reading, which includes the Reading Public Schools, which really highlights things that community members should be doing. Wearing a face mask or covering, maintaining social distance of at least 6 feet, observing the state stay-at-home advisory from 10 p.m. to 5 a.m., getting a flu shot, talking about COVID precautions with household members, neighbors, friends, and colleagues, staying home when you're experiencing symptoms, and not hesitating to get a COVID-19 test. So those are all part of the campaign that the town has been advocating for. So a little bit about our student and staff cases thus far. And, you know, I think due to the diligent efforts of everyone in the schools, none of the positive cases have been transmitted in school. They've either been transmitted by a family member or a close relative, and transmitted via social gatherings outside of school. The quarantines that we are now place, and I will talk a little bit more about this in a minute, based on Massachusetts Department of Public Health guidelines. We have not moved yet to the new CDC guidelines, which were just released. I believe it was yesterday. We're going to wait at this point until we get the Department of Public Health guidelines on this one. So this is the number of student staff positive cases in quarantine as of 12/3/2020. As you can see, compared to the last time I presented this and with Mary Juliana, the numbers have gone up in the last 2 weeks. You could see, and I'm not going to read every single area, but The biggest increases that we've seen have been at the middle school, primarily over the last 2 weeks, Coolidge. We have seen an increase in staff test positives, and we have seen an increase in the quarantining of students at the elementary level. Those are the biggest areas of increase. What we've also seen is the model that we are using with the 1 week on, 1 week off has limited the number of close contacts in school, which is purposeful the way we set this up. So having that and having the day of deep disinfecting on Fridays has also helped. It allows for those 3 days of cleaning. It also allows, because a lot of our cases we are finding out about over the weekend, so it gives us sufficient time to contact families who may be in close contact with others. So those two things have, I think, limited also the number of in-person positive rates. So about the new MD-PDH guidelines, and we went over these with you at the last meeting. We're gonna, for now, keep the Department of Public Health guidelines instead of the CDC, which we are allowed to do, is to be more conservative than less. And the reason for it is because we really want to get further guidance from DPH and from DESE on what this is going to look like in schools. So the current guidelines that we are using is you need to remain quarantined one of 2 ways: for at least 14 days from the date of the last exposure, or at least 10 days, provided all the following is satisfied: that you don't have any symptoms, that you are tested on day 8 of your quarantine period or later using a PCR test, not the rapid test, not the rapid antigen test. You receive a negative test result, and you monitor yourself for symptoms for the full 14 days. We feel that right now, knowing that the virus can show up and transmit as high as day 14, that we would rather stay with these guidelines than go with the current CDC guidelines, which goes as low as day 7 at this point. So I could stop there, Chuck, because this is the end of the first section.
Sure. Does anybody have any questions?
Okay.
Okay, John, looks good.
Okay, winter sports is the next one. And we have been communicating all along. I think for the last 2 or 3 weeks, we've been keeping the community informed on what was going on through the weekly updates that I've been sending out. So I want to explain the process that was used to come to this determination. This is not a Reading Public School decision. This is a Middlesex League decision, and it was based on the following process. The guidelines first were established by several different organizations. At the state level, it's the EEA. The MIAA then took those guidelines and created their own guidelines based on the EEA guidelines, and developed modifications of the different sports that were going to be recommended to be moved into the winter season. And then also we are following DPH and DESE guidelines for all of the health pieces. Using those guidelines, the Middlesex League athletic directors developed a proposal based on everything above. That proposal then was presented to the Middlesex League superintendents for approval. There were 2 sets of meetings over a 2-week period where that happened. And then the Middlesex League superintendents unanimously approved the proposal. So I'm now going to review the proposal that was presented and approved. So from a Reading standpoint, there will be 3 sports taking place this winter season: basketball, ice hockey, and gymnastics. I'll go into detail the levels in a minute. Tryouts and practices are going to begin on Monday, December 14th. That is actually 1 week later than what the MIAA said we could start, but we felt we wanted to start a week later than the MIAA recommendation. Right now, indoor track and boys swim has been moved to the MIAA Fall 2 season, with the tentative season dates of February 22nd to April 25th. Wrestling has been moved to the spring season, and it actually may be outdoors. That's still in discussion. Masks are going to be required for all of the sports that will be occurring during the winter for both coaches and participants at all practices and games. Because gaiters are not a full protected face covering or mask, they will not be permitted. The Middlesex League is going to have a 10-game schedule. We have right now an extra week at the end that could be used for solely a Middlesex League 12 tournament for varsity teams only during February vacation. That is going to be dependent on if we have to cancel any games during the season and move them to that last week. All the sub-varsity games are going to be played on Saturdays, Martin Luther King Day, and during the February break. As they did in the fall, Reading is going to compete against one school in all sports in the same week, when possible, to limit the contact and exposure, and also to help with the contact tracing. There will be no school-provided transportation to the games, meets, or matches. Families are going to have to provide the transportation to practice during the week. This is in particular for the students that are in remote learning, and on weekends and holidays for the games. The practices, varsity will be practicing 3 times a week. Sub-varsity will be practicing 2 times a week. Again, this is all part of that Middlesex League proposal that was recommended and accepted. There will be attendance sheets for all participants, including coaches, at practices and games. There's going to be a COVID screening like there was in the fall. The one I know that has created a lot of discussion is spectators. There will be no spectators permitted at practices or contests. This is for health reasons and solely health reasons. I know that people are saying, well, what would happen if Reading decided to allow spectators? We may not have teams play us, and then that would result in forfeits. The whole reason why we're trying to have winter sports, like we did with fall sports, is to provide kids the opportunity to play in a semi-normal sports season. We need to keep our students and coaches as safe as possible. We would not be able to do that as well by allowing spectators. The other piece to this is that there are some restrictions to the number of people allowed in closed area events. So you would have that issue as well in terms of how you would limit and regulate the number of spectators to come into an event. Another one that was strongly recommended is that we're asking our athletes only to be part of our high school program during the winter season and not roster on any other athletic program, which would be a club team or something like that. Again, this is for health reasons, to limit the number of community contacts that an athlete may have with other athletes of other communities or within the same community. The user fee is going to remain the same, $250, as it was in the fall. And that is again because it is a shortened season with less games. And the following sports are going to be offered with the roster limits that you see there. Those are game day rosters. So you can see we're offering all the same levels that we've offered in these sports in the past. Hockey will be practicing at Burbank. Basketball will primarily be practicing at the field house and perhaps Coolidge, and gymnastics will be at the Gymnastics Academy on Concord Street in North Reading. So that's the winter sports piece. Chuck, if you want me to stop there.
Sorry, I was on mute. Yes, does anybody have any questions?
If the committee doesn't, we do have 2 posts.
Carla?
Thanks. Thank you, Chuck. How did I not come up? Thank you, Chuck. Dr. Doherty, a few questions for you. You had said that the EEA and the MIAA had, or the MIAA had taken recommendations and came up with their own, that the Middlesex League the superintendents and the Middlesex League approved, they approved a procedure or policy. Was that created by the ADs?
The ADs came up with a proposal, not a policy.
Okay, so they came up with a proposal for the superintendent's approval.
Correct.
Why now the AD's policy, their proposal was more stringent than MIAA's requirements?
In a lot of ways, not just for, I mean, there were other things as well that were part of the proposal.
I mean, I'm looking at a couple of things. Was it an MIAA rule that student athletes could only be active in their high school sports season and not in their club teams?
It is not. It was not an MIAA. It was a Middlesex League.
I'm having a really hard time with this. I'm looking at the roster for winter sports, and I'm just gonna say varsity boys hockey, for example, 20 students. So presumably if they're playing a game against 20 other students, I don't see a problem with having 40 parents in an ice rink. If you allow 1 parent per student. Same with basketball. 9th grade boys basketball has 15 students on a roster. That's 30 students, 30 boys on the court from both teams. You can't have 30 parents in a field house.
Again, the decisions that were made by the Middlesex League athletic directors and superintendent was based on trying to keep as safe as healthy environment as possible for our student athletes and coaches.
I think it's excessive. We have, you know, we have been touting and talking about our procedures and policies and how many, you know, we've had 36 students in our school systems who have tested positive for COVID, 9 staff members. And so far, not one of them has contracted that in our school buildings. Certainly, we can apply those same principles in our field houses, in our ice rinks. This seems like this is a.
Actually, Carla, we don't necessarily have the control, because when you go on an away event, first of all, we don't have the same control over the events with crowd control, things like that. We don't.
You do as a Middlesex League.
No, that would require additional supervision and staffing. But that isn't, we can't control how people react in the stands. And if you look at a lot of the hockey outbreaks that were happening, a lot of it was happening because the people in the stands were not wearing masks, were not 6 feet apart, all of those things. We would not have the means to regulate that. So for health reasons, and there are several other schools leagues doing this. This isn't just the Middlesex League. I was on a listserv the last few days about winter sports. There are many schools and school districts and leagues that are not allowing spectators. It's not just Middlesex League.
And quite frankly, respectfully, I don't care about other leagues. The Middlesex League, if this is what they're coming up with, they're putting unnecessary restrictions on students who already have unnecessary restrictions put on them. This is likening to our discussion on elementary students not being able to get onto the playground, right?
No, I don't think it's this. It's definitely not the same.
We going back to social emotional wellness. This is a huge piece of it. And to have a student athlete, a senior student athlete, for example, not to single them out, but who has worked their entire life and in a sporting event, and now you can't even have parents come to watch that student, that's all part of it.
Carla, again, this is a league decision. This is not a Reading Public School decision.
John, and this isn't directed at you or Tom. I think that the league is being lazy in just coming out with this decision. There is I mean, they could go into the bleachers and just like restaurants do, where you have each booth is separate, just like, I mean, I was at my mother-in-law's funeral and the church doors got shut at 80 and they wouldn't let, and people got turned away because they wouldn't let anybody else in. I mean, we could have somebody at the, at the door with a mask on, and once the 30 parents come in, that's it. Then you don't let anybody out. There are ways, again, this isn't directed at you or Tom, no. But if they want to roll their sleeves up and figure out a way, even if it's just for the senior parents, in the ice rink, there's so many spaces between where each parent sits. I don't know, you know what I mean. I mean, the restaurants are doing it, all the other things. So there is a safe way of bringing a limited number of spectators in. I'm not saying a student section or anything, just saying either senior parents or just varsity parents, something along those lines.
My recommendation is that Reading goes back to the Middlesex League and says that they don't want to be part of this. And I guarantee you're going to have other towns in the Middlesex League who will gladly play Reading. And it may not be the easiest thing to do. This is just it's too restrictive, and it's not. I'm really having a problem with this one. This is it's not necessary, and it truly doesn't play. This isn't for safety reasons.
It is, Carla. It is for safety reasons, and the whole intent. I will tell you this. I know you don't want to hear this. Mm-hmm. There are some districts that have decided not to have winter sports.
That's
so
fine.
We felt it was important to have winter sports for our kids in providing the safest environment possible. So this is what the Middlesex League is doing.
But you can still have a safe environment. You can still have a safe environment by having parents watching their children. We had the whole town come out into the field house to vote. right? You go to church and there's 80 people in the church. You go to the grocery store. Certainly parents can go in with a limited number and stand with masks on a certain distance away and watch their children. I really feel strongly Reading needs to take a stand with this. You can blame it on the school committee, you can blame it on the parents, and pull out of this and see if other, I'm sure that we are not the only town that parents are outraged, and honestly, rightfully so. This is big. This is a big piece of it.
John Park?
I agree with Carla as far as, yes, we should have some parents in the stands. This is not our decision. This is the league's decision. If we pull out and say we're not going to participate, what are the chances that the athletics directors for Middlesex are going to say, fine, you're out?
Tom?
I'm just going to add a voice to it a little bit and kind of build on your point, Chuck, in terms of the safety possibilities that are there. And, you know, John, I understand you're frustrated with us for this. I don't blame you necessarily. I think, you know, I believe you guys are trying to do what's right. You collectively, between the superintendent group for Middlesex, the athletic director group for Middlesex. But I do think, you know, as we have demonstrated with a lot of the other things, we need to be creative, and we can't necessarily take the first and, to a degree, easy answer. I don't necessarily want to put it that way, but that is what's happening. You know, if you look at the field house and you look at the capacity, it is far more than the 30. If you add coaches on both sides, let's say 36, right? It's far more than that. If you use the rule that's in the original documentation from AIA of 50%, even with the parents, you're not going to get anywhere near 50% capacity. I would posit and venture to say that if we put together, you know, taped boxes here, stand here, parents will do that gladly to watch their child play. I wouldn't limit it to varsity. I wouldn't. That's where I respectfully disagree with Chuck. I mean, kids. Parents go to see their kids. Kids are looking to see their parents in the stands. It's not like they're not 5 years old necessarily, but there is a gratification. There is a comfort in seeing mom and or dad out there watching you. And we keep talking about health, and I agree with it from a physical perspective, but we are very much missing the emotional, the social emotional side of the health equation with some of these decisions. Whether we want to go as extreme as the recommendation of pulling out, I don't know that I'm ready to go there necessarily right now, but I would say I would ask that we go back and ask for that to be reconsidered, and propose alternatives and how things can be done. Tape out the square boxes, you know, take duct tape and go up a you know, section where the seats are and the stands, and just cordon it off. You sit here, you don't sit here. I have to do that at church. To Carla's point, you sit here, you don't sit there. We have to think creatively in these times for these social norms and needs that we have in these very difficult times. I would encourage us to figure out how we can do that. When the answer is no immediately, it does feel wrong. When the answer is how can we do it, or the question is how can we do it, what would it take, and you come back and you say, okay, well, it's gonna take X. What is X? Well, we need additional staff at the door. We need additional PPE for that staff at the door. We need, you know, taped off areas or cordoned off areas in some way, shape, or form. Can we do it as low tech as possible? Probably. Will parents, if they realize this is a privilege and something, will they comply and go in the right spot? I would venture absolutely yes. If they become a problem, I would venture parents will most likely police themselves as well and tell that problem parent to get himself or herself in order. If necessary, we have that additional staff to help address it appropriately.
Sean?
So I'll caveat this by saying I don't have any high schoolers. Watching my 5 and 7-year-old pick flowers instead of playing soccer is not nearly the same as watching the culmination of a decade-long sports career. So I come to this from a blind spot. I hear and appreciate everything you guys are saying, Carla and Tom. I want to play a little bit of devil's advocate here, which is John brought up a good point, or what struck me as a good point, which is if you think about the hockey example from the fall, they ostensibly were following appropriate protocols in the stands in terms of capacity, in terms of distancing, masks, etc. And a couple of failures led to outbreaks in that sport that then led to the cancellation of the sport for a period of time. So the trade-off that you are making by introducing additional spectators into these games is that if there's a lapse, and I agree that generally speaking, most parents will do the right thing and make good choices. If there's a lapse and we start seeing an outbreak tied to attendance at a Middlesex League, basketball game, are we willing to accept that we're increasing the risk that, now the kids have lost, not just having their parents watch them, but have lost a significant portion of that already shortened season because we have to hit pause. So that's, I want to play that devil's advocate angle because there is a trade-off we can't ignore because the reality of behavior versus what people can and should do are two different things. So I'll just leave it there.
John?
I think Aaron was before me, Chuck.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yep, Aaron.
So Sean, I'm not sure I would argue that is a reason not to let parents go because we think there's a risk a parent is gonna be lax on the rule. John Doherty, I have a question. So in the fall, I know there was a really strict procedure that policy that only one parent could attend the sporting event. And we even went so far as we had to declare ahead of time who that parent or spectator was going to be. And then each player was given a lanyard and the spectator had to be wearing that lanyard to be at the game. So I feel like the Middlesex League established something with that about how to control the numbers. And I'm just curious if that was even discussed or explored because it would seem that the same sort of procedures could be in place. And I don't ever, my son only ended up having a few games because of COVID, but I don't remember seeing anyone try to shirk the rules there. I think people were pretty responsible and respectful of it. So, you listed as one of the reasons that people were afraid that they couldn't control spectators, but I'm just curious if that was discussed.
It was not discussed because the variable is that it's indoors now.
Okay.
John Parks?
Dr. Doherty, and I don't want to go too far down this road, but what are other districts or towns doing for their teams? You said that you were on a listserv. You said there are multiple districts that are doing this. Are the districts doing other things to halt the spread if a team comes into exposure?
No. So, well, maybe I misunderstood the question. So every district looks like is doing something different. Some districts aren't having basketball that normally do. Some districts are having no sports at all.
Well, let's talk about Lexington.
Can we just define what
I don't want to,
John?
so
Sorry to interrupt.
Lexington,
Just define what district means. Are you talking about the Middlesex League district?
No,
sorry.
I'm talking about
The whole
school
state.
districts across Massachusetts. Yes.
Well, those aren't districts, those are leagues then.
No, they're school districts.
But
School districts are making
we
decisions.
should only be, are you asking about the Middlesex League teams? John Parks, or other league teams in the state?
Well, I think we need to look outside to see if there are creative ways to make this happen.
I agree, yeah.
Lexington, in a conversation recently came out that all of their sports, their winter sports athletes are remote for the season. And that way they can't, if they do get exposed, they're not bringing it to school. Can we come up with creative ways to get these parents to see their athletes? Are there districts that are allowing their parents to attend, and how are they doing it? And I think that would have to go to Tom to find out, really, and to see if Middlesex is open to that. I would hate to see a senior parent miss their child's last year of hockey or basketball. I know we've got fall two coming up.
I just think that John, based on some of this feedback, and I don't know whether Tom or you, I mean, I think that at least the Middlesex League should reconvene and have a discussion on finding ways to do it safely, whether it be limiting it to just the 30 parents per sport or whatever. But I don't think that, again, I'll say it again, I think the league was lazy, and I'm not saying it's you and Tom. I think they just, I think they need to roll their sleeves up and come up with some creative ideas. And, I don't think we need to give you any more feedback on this other than that tonight. Carla?
And I apologize, John Doherty. I'm trying not to sound like I'm attacking, because I really appreciate all that you're doing. And this kind of just came on my radar because I don't have a I don't have a high schooler currently in the system. So this to me seems like such a non-issue. We have classrooms which we're allowing 10 children in, right, and a teacher. So in our classroom space, we're allowing 10 children and a teacher. You can put classrooms in a field house space-wise. Why can't we allow varsity boys basketball with 15 players? 30 players playing, 30 parents, 6 coaches. This is such a non-issue to me that this is an easy fix. I think that at a minimum, Middlesex League should be reconvenient, and not just the ADs, the superintendents too. I'm sure that other districts and other school systems in the Middlesex League, parents are just as upset about this, and athletes and coaches, and make it happen. I mean, this is not we've already done it. The hard work is in the classroom. On the ice rink and in the basketball courts, I mean, this is like a no-brainer for the process that needs to happen. We're not going to have parents, licking the railings. I mean, they want to be there to watch their kids play sports. This is an easy win. I would get together with the Middlesex League, and it's a non-issue to me, and it really is something that we should be making happen. Go back to what MIAA is saying and their regulations and their rules, and go from there. This is an easy fix.
Chuck, we have about 5 Q&A posts on this topic if you want me to go through them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Tom.
So the first one is Jennifer Fichera of Richards Road. As a parent of a winter sport athlete, I'm kindly asking what involvement the school committee has in making the rule where no spectators will be permitted in Middlesex games. Specifically referring to the space in Burbank, there is more than ample space to socially distance one parent per player. Can you please discuss how the decision was made and what criteria was used? And what documents were leveraged as well as stats used to make this determination, as it seems to not be in line with MIAA recommendations? So I think we've answered that already.
Yeah, that's been
Yeah,
answered.
I went through that in my presentation.
Yeah.
Karen DiNapoli, Riverside Drive. My question is in regards to our senior athletes at RMHS. I'm a parent of a senior basketball captain. The Middlesex League's decision to ban all spectators from winter sporting events doesn't seem fair to our senior athletes. Given the facility we are lucky enough to have here at RMHS, could this ruling be revisited to allow one parent per player to attend? This can safely be done if we utilize the balcony of the field house for a small group of socially distanced parents. The health of our players and coaches are of utmost importance, but as a food establishment owner in town, I know for sure that we have the space needed to safely add a small group of parents while still following all CDC protocols. The seniors are giving up so much already. Can't we work to try and restore their support on the sidelines for the 5 home games they are able to have? As a small group of senior parents, what can we do to try and have this ruling reversed? Thank you. Next comment is from Alicia Williams. Please let the parents decide if they feel safe going to watch their students play. These are rules for the sake of rules. Hockey rinks are big enough. If they don't feel safe, they don't have to go. Give them the option to attend. And last one, Christian Granara. As far as Tom has mentioned, blocking off stands, we're already doing this. Why can I watch my 9-year-old squirt hockey player, but not my high school varsity hockey player at Burbank? Stands are currently blocked off with socially distanced spots for seating. Contact tracing is done with check-ins at the door. Masks are mandatory. We've been doing this since September without any outbreaks. This is unacceptable. I urge you to go back to the Middlesex League and ADs for reconsideration. That's it, Chuck.
Thank you, Tom.
Chuck, there is another email since we've already broke that protocol. I don't know if you want me to read it.
Sure.
It is from Stephen Sullivan from Colburn Road. An open letter to the elected and appointed leadership of the town of Reading, notwithstanding what is happening in our world, our country, our state, and in our town as a result of the complete disruption and carnage of COVID-19. I feel compelled to write this letter today. I know as town and school administrators, elected and appointed, your lives have been upside down during the last 9 months. I want you to know that I sincerely respect your commitment to our kids and to our community. With that, I feel obligated to communicate to you that I humbly disagree with the recent decision not to allow any spectators to attend varsity and sub-varsity sporting events this coming winter 2020-21 season. Winter sports will be played at various types of venues, including gyms, basketball courts, and ice hockey rinks. Each have their own capacity for spectators, some certainly larger than others. I contend that each and every one of these venues can accommodate a modest amount of spectators that can be appropriately socially distanced with the mandatory personnel protective equipment covering their faces and hands. I feel that with the advent of the vaccine, a strong personal discipline, we can get through this winter sports season without keeping all parents, guardians, and siblings away from their student athletes' interscholastic contests. I respectfully ask you to reconsider your decision not to allow spectators at winter sporting events. It has been a terrible year. Our families need to be with and support each other right now. Thank you in advance for your consideration. With kind regards, Stephen Sullivan.
Thank you, Carla.
Welcome.
John, did you want to?
Can I go to the next slide or?
Yes, yes.
All right, so the last piece, well, actually a few pieces I want to talk about. So the hybrid learning update. So this is a current staff vacancies. This isn't necessarily tied into any of the models, but I just wanted to make the committee aware that we do have some openings still. Some of these are by leaves or people resigned since the last time we've met. Actually, Wood End is none. It just didn't come out the right way. And then at Coolidge, we have essentially the equivalent of 1.5 paraeducators, opening. Parker has 2 Title I interventionists. The high school actually has done a great job getting the special ed positions filled. We're down to a couple of positions left, and we have started chipping away at the regular ed paraeducator positions that we have advertised. So in terms of the hybrid learning, all of the grades now in hybrid learning are now either in hybrid learning or partial hybrid learning model. The preschool and some high needs, as you know, are in 5 days per week in person. Kindergarten is in 4 days per week in person and 1 day per week remote. Grades 1 through 8, we have the cohort A, B week in person, week remote model. With Fridays are remote for all except for some high needs, which would fall under the category of the 5 days per week. And then grades 9 through 12 are partial hybrid. So the next step that we want to take is we want to start getting some feedback pre-K to 12 from staff, parents, and students, older students, on the hybrid model and what is working, what isn't working. The goal is to send a survey out next week with an end date just before the holiday break. If we don't have a great response prior to the holidays, we can reopen it up in January. In January, what we'd like to do is also have some staff and community sessions again to get feedback. We're most likely going to be in hybrid for the next several months. I still am optimistic that we could be in person by the end of the year, fully in person, but you know, we'll see what happens. But we want to continue to refine our model and what we're trying to do. So that to me is the next step that we have to take, is to get the feedback. So I want to talk a little bit about the high school partial hybrid model. Again, I know that there's been some conversation about this. I mean, first and foremost, ideally we would love to have the high school in as many days per week as the other 2 levels. Unfortunately, right now, we're not able to do that the way it's running in the other 2 levels, and that's really a staffing issue. There are some positives that I want to continue to emphasize with our current high school model. And I think it's important to know what other districts are doing, and that there are several districts where the high schools have had to shut down for various reasons. One being infections, others out of an abundance of caution. There are several high schools in the area, actually there are several school districts in the area that have shut down beginning on Monday for 2 weeks and gone completely remote. We have taken a different approach where we want to be as steady and consistent as possible in our schedule. If we do have an outbreak, we've been very strategic about who to quarantine and who to go remote versus shutting down an entire school. But the positives of our high school model, just like they are with the other levels, is we have a very strong synchronous remote instruction. A lot of other districts have an asynchronous when they go remote, or very little synchronous, where there's live check-ins a couple times a day. Our high need students are in person, and that is continuing. I know our high school administration has been working with families of students that may not have been successful at the end of in first quarter to bring them in more in person. And I know that they've been working at that. I've had several conversations with Principal Boynton on that. We are going 2 days in person. It is over 10 days, which is also a challenge. But other districts, you see that as well, and it may look different, but the is 2 days. It may be half days over the week, or with asynchronous in the afternoon, or a flip-flop or something like that. And as I said earlier, there's a consistency in the schedule. Now there's challenges. We know that. The 2 days in person versus the 4. The 2 days that a student is in person, there's live streaming going on while the teacher is teaching 2 in-person classes as well. That's a challenge for teachers. And I've heard that loud and clear from the high school staff. So the challenge moving forward is, how do we maintain the balance of a strong remote program while maintaining a safe, healthy in-person environment and maximizing the in-person experience? That's the balance that we're trying to establish. And I think doing the survey and having the focus group sessions with the different stakeholders will help us get to that point. Some other pieces that aren't related to the topics I just discussed that I want to bring up that I think are important. So I want to start out by saying thank you. And in all of my presentations, I've always gone and made a point of thanking different groups, ranging from teachers to principals to our food service and custodians and secretaries. And tonight I want to give a simple but powerful thank you to our central office administrators and our central office administrative assistants. They have done such an amazing job. I just cannot even describe. And the work that happens behind the scenes, the teamwork, the cohesiveness. I saw it. I've seen it firsthand many times. We are in the process of hiring new staff. We just hired, as you saw this evening, a new HR director who we're transitioning in on Monday, and we just brought in a new administrative assistant for special education. We're in the process, and sorry, Linda, we're in the process of hiring a new executive assistant to the superintendent, where Linda will never be replaceable. But all of these things are changes, but all of our staff are working so hard together and collaborative in the best interest of what's going on in this district. And I don't think I've done a good job enough of showing that appreciation, but I want to make sure I highlight that tonight, that I want to thank the central office administrators, Gail and Chris and Jen, in our central office administrative assistants, for all of their hard work. And that really, I really appreciate that. Some other things I want to point out, you have in your packet the NEC annual report. I want to highlight one page for you, and that's page 19 of the report. And certainly this always is a topic of discussion during the budget review in January, but and you'll see something similar with the SEAM annual report when that's approved. It shows the cost effectiveness of a public collaborative compared to a private placement. And so, for example, the Kevin O'Grady School for a Member, which we are a member, has a daily rate of $411, which is the lowest compared to both the non-member rate and any of the private similar programs that are offered out there. Same with emotional disability and the same with the intellectual disability. So I point that out to you, in that the value of being a part of members of the collaboratives, and the cost effectiveness of having our students, if we can't keep them in district in our programs, using our public collaboratives as that resource. As Chuck mentioned, there will be a PBC meeting on Monday. What we're going to do at that meeting is we are going to do a similar presentation that you saw a couple weeks ago by Dale Gienap. In addition, we're putting together a presentation that looks at what a timeline could look like if we moved forward through the MSBA process, and the key dates of that process of the different stages. So we'll be talking about that on Monday night. Gail and I received this from the town manager this evening. It's a press release that we will also send out, and I'll quickly read it. The town of Reading announced today that it is offering a temporary rental and mortgage assistance program to provide relief to eligible households. The town has partnered with Reading Cooperative Bank Charitable Foundation to help administer this grant program. Coverage will be up for up to 2 mortgage or rent payments for a maximum of $5,000 per applicant or address. The relief program is funded through the CARES Act funding that the town received, and which must be expended by the end of this month, December 30th. Town Manager Bob LaLacheur and Reading Co-op President and CEO Julie Thurlow are pleased to announce this partnership to offer housing assistance to members of the community that have been adversely impacted by COVID-19. The program is open to Reading residents and those with students in the Reading Public School system. Applicants will need evidence of COVID-19 harm, evidence of rent or mortgage delinquency, landlord name or mortgagor, contact information, payment amount, and account number of mortgage statement. Applications are due by December 21st, 2020. So, and there's a website. So I'll be sending this out in an email. And then I have 2 other pieces that I want to come back to the main screen again. So one of the things that we've been working on is to allow our band students to be able to play their instruments indoors. They have not been able to do that except for virtual. So we've been working with Anna Wetland, and we have purchased for our band students a special mask. This is for all of the instruments, and I know nothing about instruments, so I just want to make sure this is for all the instruments except for the flute. I believe the flute has another type of mask, but this is now going to allow, and these just came in a couple days ago, this is now going to allow our students to be able to play their instruments appropriately distanced apart indoors, which they've not been able to do this year. So I want to thank Anna and Gail for working on that, so that our kids could be able to play their instruments indoors without freezing. And then I don't know if you saw the Chronicle this evening, but if you haven't, we were highlighted on our food distribution program. Above the fold, there was a picture of Danielle Collins and Gail, appropriately with face covering, distributing food at one of our food distributions. And then there's a nice story by David Maroney titled Duo Tackling Food Insecurity, It Takes a Village. It's a very nice story. I don't think it's online yet anyway, but I do recommend that you take a look at it, because it's a nice story about how the community has worked with the school department to make this happen. So thank you.
Thank you, John. Sean, did you have something?
Yeah, it's a while back in the slides, but John, you were talking about leaves and things like that and staffing shortages and whatnot. If I remember correctly, and it's been a few months, but some of the leave types were time limited. Are we seeing any instances where people are returning, after leaves? Are we getting any upside there?
Yeah, we're right in, you're right, we're right in now the stage where people are starting to come back. All of them right now would have to make decisions either by the end of their leave or December 30th, which is ever the earlier. So we do have some people coming back. We have to go unpaid for the rest of the year. So we've seen a mix.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Guess that anything, Tom? Or excuse me, Aaron, then Tom?
Aaron, go first. That's fine.
John, you mentioned that teachers and staff at the high school are working with high-risk students who would benefit from being there 4 days instead of 2. Could you elaborate on that at all? Like who's defining what is a high-risk student in those instances?
I think it's based on their first quarter grades.
So they're only qualifying for that if they're struggling in their grades?
I believe so, but I know that Kate will talk more about this. She's coming in a couple of weeks for the next meeting.
Okay.
I know she's going to talk about it then, but I know that the assistant principals are meeting right now with those students that perhaps academically may not have done well first quarter or were not engaged online to get them in person more.
Okay.
Tom?
So that was one of my questions, so thank you for that. The other question, and I think you kind of hinted at it a little bit based upon the survey, Dr. Doherty, but is there a point in time where we're going to adjust the plan at the high school? I continue to think that we're missing on the social emotional side of it. We've got the physical safety side to a degree down pat. We're missing on the social emotional side of it. You actually put something out there that said, some districts have kids come in the morning and then they're remote in the afternoon, but they do that, 2 days a week. So they, see their peers 2 days a week, which frankly, I think many families, if we could figure out how to make the afternoon work appropriately, would probably be fans of. And I don't know that we want to say that that's the right answer. And I think we've had some conversations around this to a degree, but I just don't want to give up that full hybrid. And anytime soon, I'd love to be able to say, come January at the latest, we have full hybrid for the high school. In some way, shape, or form. It may not look like the hybrid that we're thinking of right now, but in some way, shape, or form, we get to that. And I understand there's challenges. I understand we've had all sorts of challenges. So, and this is in no way, shape, or form, condemning of anything that has gone on, right? I think everybody's been trying to do their best. I just, having high schoolers and hearing the difference of the time they're actually in the building versus the time they're not, it's vastly different in the way in which they're approaching the day. And so I would ask that we really kind of sharpen the pencils or think about things about what that other alternative might look like. What do we need to do to make that happen? If we don't need to, because the teachers and paraeducators coming off leave will fill the gaps, then great. But if we need to, at some point, we've got to cut bait with a plan that's not getting our kids in as much. And I also want to make sure I'm clear. I do fully and continue to agree that our remote synchronous plan is one of the strongest I've seen and one of the strongest I hear. And I do talk to a lot of people around the state from various different districts as well. So this is not a condemnation of that. It's really fully focused on the social emotional side of getting the kids in the school with their peers in some way, shape, or form.
Carla?
Aaron, were you done, Aaron? Yeah, okay. I concur with what John said, and I know with what Tom said, and I know Dr. Doherty, you and I have been having a lot of discussions on this. Can you be specific for me for like where we're at with regular ed paraeducators for the high school, and define it as, I know Kate had said she needed 10 regular ed paraeducators, but then we needed 10 to 20 additional. So where are we at with that?
No, we need 10 and we have 9 openings. That was the slide I showed earlier.
Right, but in order to get to in order to get the staffing for satellite classrooms, it's my understanding that we need those 10 and 20 more.
Yeah, that's not my understanding, Carla. And I've had conversations with Kate about that.
Okay, so
we
that's
still need a lot. I mean, either way we slice it, we still need a lot.
So and so you and I have talked about some kind of focus group to get together to figure out, okay, if our, the original plan is working really well, but only has the kids in partial hybrid, what can we do to either modify our plan to get those kids who want to be in more?
Yeah, I mean, I'm more than happy to talk about this. I think the lateness of the hour probably won't.
I know.
I don't want to extend the conversation. I will tell you that, and I've talked to both Tom and actually I probably talked to Tom, Erin, and Carla about this. Any change you make is going to water down the remote part that is very strong, because you are now sacrificing the strong remote learning piece to a live stream model where teachers are teaching in person and live stream at the same time. So you're shifting the model. So that's the trade-off. Because the teacher will be in person both weeks, they will be doing half and half all the time. There will no longer be just that focused time of 1 week where the teacher is fully remote with the students.
Erin?
So I don't want to belabor the point tonight because John, we did speak about this, and I consider this to be an ongoing conversation that is not resolved. So my question is, since you're going to be doing the survey, can part of the staff and student and parent survey, in particular to the high school, be to get an appetite for what people might be open to, what an alternative might look like? We might be surprised. There might be parents who say, oh, actually, if that's the trade-off, I wouldn't want that. Or we might hear the opposite, that is indeed what parents are willing to shift to. But I'm just wondering, is the survey like strictly how's it gone so far, or can we also, since we're, already taking the time to do a survey, can we also get some of that appetite for something else?
Yeah, that was my intent.
Excellent, thank you. I appreciate that.
Anyone else? Okay. I guess that concludes, thank you, John. That concludes the agenda.
We're not going to skip the best part of the meeting, are we? Can we spend 30 seconds on John on your last 5 slides?
What's
Oh,
that?
thank you.
Oh, the pictures?
I almost forgot about it. Thank you very much, Sean.
We're already here until almost 11. There's no reason we can't go 30 more seconds, right?
No, you're absolutely right. I apologize. Hold
Oh,
on.
I wasn't trying.
No,
didn't
that's
know
my
that was-
fault. I completely drew a blank. Hold on. Let me find them. Good thing I sent it ahead of time to you guys. Okay, students. Okay, so this is our Rise Preschool. This is the treehouse location of the Rise Preschool. This is normally when we have wrestling, the wrestling room. And this is an appropriately physical distancing PE class. This is Chris Bauer, who teaches our Rise PE students. So you can see the students are in there wearing their masks, there's 6 foot distance. And there, I believe you can't see it, there is a TV that's showing different dance moves that they're doing. This is Parker Middle School. The students are in Spanish class, working together. Again, you can notice that how the room is set up. Again, appropriately physical distance, students are wearing masks, but there is definitely learning going on. And also this transfers to science class. This is a student at Parker, boiling, it looks like water, but it could be another liquid. Again, learning is still going on. This is another student at Parker. Probably the same science class, and also a third student. And then finally, this is one of our programs at the high school, doing some artwork, a mural, snowman art mural. I believe this is the Crossroads program. So you could see that these students are, again, appropriately physically distanced with the masks, but they worked together to have this snowman mural set up on one of the walls at the high school. So thank you, Sean, for reminding me that that's why we're here. It's for the kids.
We need it some nights.
Yeah. So, unless, Carla?
Just a quick clarification in terms of the social media coordinators. I know that we have on our schedule the first meeting of the month. It's listed who the coordinators are. For example, as of today, it's Wise and Parks. Are we taking that as when the calendar flips to December, those are the 2 people, or are we sticking it to that specific day? My suggestion is that we flip social media coordinators when the calendar flips.
Yeah, I would agree.
Right, thank you.
Anything else? Is there a motion?
Motion to adjourn.
Is there a second?
Second.
Sean,
Aye.
Carla,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Aaron,
Aye.
Tom,
Aye.
Chuck, I thank you, John, Dory, Gail, Chris, Jen, Linda,
Carrie.
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 Am I missing anybody? Everybody tonight? Thanks again, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank
Right
you.
on.
Thank you. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Everyone.
Night.